Chapter 801. So it is Black Xian Purple Hero Iron. It is really rare to see such a quantity. With just one look, the middle-aged man recognized what it was. What was even more astonishing was the intricacy of the arrangement inside. It was equivalent to an excellent magic treasure in itself. However, since the formation was broken, then the items within were most probably taken out. What item is this guest prepared to refine this Black Xian Purple Hero Iron into? A knife that can hide one's tracks, a light armor that also needs to be able to hide one's aura. Apart from that, I also need a defensive magical treasure that grade 9 cultivators can use. It is best if it can help me raise my grade in the future. It was rare to meet such a strong artifact blacksmith. Naturally, Zhong Shou wouldn't miss this chance. The armor was prepared for Ruoshui. As for the defensive treasure, he was prepared to give it to Rulin. Grade 9 cultivators could use it. Once they reached the spirit realm, they would be able to use it. It is okay with me, it isn't difficult to do. The middle-aged man frowned, his eyes filled with regret. However, this Black Xian Purple Hero Iron would be a waste. Actually, the best way to use such a spiritual metal was to merge with other metals. If one used it well, it could increase its toughness. Zhong Shou smiled, following which he took out some ores from his sleeves, as well as some spiritual metal that he had already refined, and placed them in front of him. When the middle-aged man with the surname Chen saw this, the expression in his eyes changed once more. There was a hint of surprise on his face. It seems like I have neglected you. Your identity is definitely above what I imagined. You must be the ruler of a large country. As he said this, the middle-aged man took in a deep breath and placed one of the Black Xian Purple Hero Iron into his sleeve. He picked out some of the ores and spiritual metal, leaving a large half behind. Following which he stopped. To craft these few magical treasures, I only need these things. My Wenchi building has a few other precious spiritual metals that can be used as materials. The rest are useless, you can keep them. Following which his brows furrowed and he hesitated. These things are really precious, I think you won't be at ease with me. How about this, while I'm in seclusion, you can stay in Wenchi Tower. The formations here are complete, and there's a quiet room. There's no need to be afraid of being spied on. It should suit your needs. Zhong Shou was not worried at all. These things were taken from the Qin Emperor's secondary tomb. They were not his to begin with. Perhaps it was because of this that he didn't think much of it. Subconsciously, he felt that the person in front of him was trustworthy. However, in this celestial world, it was not bad to have a place to stay. He had looked around when he was sightseeing. Every inch of land here was worth its weight in gold. It was impossible to rent a temporary cave abode here. It wasn't far from the celestial world, and it happened to be the place where he and Shi Rulin had agreed to meet 2 months later. I wanted to find a place to settle down outside of the celestial world. Who knew that in the end there would be such a surprise? Naturally, he went with the flow and agreed. Zhong Shou was about to keep all the things in front of him. However, just at this moment, his spiritual sense moved. Zhong Shou's brows rose as he looked at his left sleeve. Just now, the one who used spiritual sense to contact him was the blue fire Xian turtle. It wasn't a natural protector beast, and it was a life protector beast. Spiritual sense communication had some barriers. Zhong Shou spent a few breaths to barely understand what the turtle meant. You also want to craft 2 spiritual shields? The bigger one needs to be at least 6,000 feet. Can it protect the body? The bigger the better. It must have the body of a god beast. Can it be used? After understanding what it meant, Zhong Shou felt confused. You already have the Xuanwu armor on your body. Its defensive ability can be compared to celestial artifact. Why do you need this item? Isn't it unnecessary? Not unnecessary? This is called being prepared for nothing? Naturally, the thicker the better, the more the better. You won't find it too much. Survival is the most important. It is best if it is such that others can't hit it at all. Zhong Shou's face cramped up as he imagined this blue fire Xian turtle wearing the shell of a god realm Xuanwu, holding two giant shields in its hands, its body covered in Xian eyes. In the end, it could still use the Xuanwu body protecting energy. Instantly, a waterfall-like cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This was pretty much like a fortress. Normal people wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Even Zhong Shou would sigh when he looked at it. If he had dozens of energy-destroying crossbows on its back. He quickly stopped his thoughts. The latter part was just his own imagination. But in the end, he was convinced by this guy. Zhong Shou waved his sleeves and released the blue fire Xian turtle, tossing it beside him. This fellow knew its place, shrinking its body to 100 feet so that it didn't crush the building. Its eyes looked at Zhong Shou and the Shen surnamed middle-aged man, blue fire Xian turtle? What a protector spirit beast, a mutated Xuanwu. Esteemed guest, you are so lucky. With this beast here, others can't do anything to you. You can cast spells at will. He praised, but the Shen surnamed middle-aged man didn't know what he meant. Thus, he looked at him with a questioning gaze. Then, he heard Zhong Shou laugh bitterly. Can Landlord Chen customize 2 shields for my protector spirit beast? It needs to be 6,000 feet wide, and it can be big or small. If these materials aren't enough, Zhong Shou can purchase them in the celestial world. When the Shen surnamed middle-aged man heard this, his head was covered in cold sweat. The Xuanwu bloodline was one of the best god beasts in the world at defending. Along with 2 magical treasure-level shields, how strong would that be? He didn't know that this was what the blue fire Xian turtle wanted, only thinking that it was Zhong Shou's idea. Thus, he looked at Zhong Shou with a weird gaze. Thinking about it, he nodded his head. No need, I have the materials here. It is worth roughly 300 Xian grade mind stones. However, it is a little problematic to customize it for a god beast. I want to look at the structure of this Xian turtle and investigate its abilities. Does esteemed guest mind? Zhong Shou nodded his head slightly. Since he was going to craft for this Xian turtle, then naturally, this was something that he had to do. Actually, god beasts were the spirit of all beings, an intelligent race. They were similar to humans, but their positions were far above humans. If they were willing, as long as their strength reached a certain level, they could be like Aokun and change the shape of their bodies. Not only Little Gold, but even Hanshi could do that, much less this blue fire Xian turtle. It was naturally no problem to use spiritual artifacts and magical artifacts, just that they were a little special and weren't commonly used treasures. Even the most skilled artifact blacksmiths needed to understand the structure of the god beast's body and true essence, as well as its abilities before they could start. This was why when he heard the Shen surnamed middle-aged man's words, Zhong Shou wasn't shocked but delighted instead. Then I will have to trouble landlord. Mind stones aren't a problem, it is best if you choose the best. Even if it wasn't enough, he had snatched so many spiritual pills from the Qin Emperor's sub-tomb. Any one of them would be enough. If it is possible, landlord, please be quick. His words stopped. Zhong Shou suddenly tilted his head and looked outside. He saw that on the streets of Wenqi Pavilion, there were 2 familiar people walking. Their bodies were petite. Compared to the last time he saw them, they were more feminine. Their faces were exquisite and beautiful, fresh and elegant. The former was still cold and elegant, the latter was still as innocent and pure as usual. Yi Fei Shuang Yi Feian? Why are they here? What a coincidence! The people Samarim was looking at were Fei Shuang and Feian, who he hadn't met for many years. He was thinking about how lucky he was to be able to bump into them in the celestial world dozens of worlds away. Then, he felt that it wasn't right. The celestial world was nearby. It was the biggest market and there was no other. If the Yi family sisters left the cloud world, it wasn't weird for them to come here. Since they were all cultivators, then it was reasonable for both sides to bump into each other here. At this moment, the flood dragon puppet followed beside the two of them. Looking at its aura, it had obviously succeeded in transforming into a dragon and was at the spirit realm. Its strength couldn't be suppressed or hidden. As it walked on the streets, it was like a candle that attracted attention. This was also the reason why Zhong Shou could sense the Yi family sisters in the crowd when they were talking. Just as he was about to greet them, Zhong Shou felt a sense of danger. His eyes squinted as he looked into the crowd. These two girls are already being targeted by someone and they actually don't know. As expected, their experience is too shallow. Although he couldn't spread out his spiritual sense, Zhong Shou could see through the actions of the few people in the crowd. He noticed that something was up and there were also a few threads of killing intent. Fei Shuang and Feiyan didn't notice, but they couldn't escape his eyes. Spirit realm? Zhong Shou thought about it seriously and decided to watch from the side. In this celestial world, most of these people wouldn't dare to attack. Fei Shuang and Feiyan also didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. He would take a look first. Even if he wanted to help the two sisters, he had to understand the situation of these people. With that thought in mind, Zhong Shou retracted his gaze. Then, the middle-aged man smiled and asked, "Did you see someone you know?" Zhong Shou nodded his head and then shook his head. "Maybe I saw wrongly." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he didn't probe deeper. Zhong Shou cultivated the 7-cycle Xiantong full restriction technique, which sealed up his true qi and spiritual sense, such that he couldn't see through him. However, just from this celestial realm's spiritual turtle, one could see how strong Zhong Shou was. With such cultivation, how could he see wrongly? Knowing that Zhong Shou wasn't willing to talk about it, the middle-aged man directly stood up. "Then that's settled. I will try to bring forward the crafting time. However, if it doesn't affect the quality, it will take at least 3 months. I think I will have to make you wait for a long time." Zhong Shou's brows furrowed slightly. 3 months seemed a little long. Then, he understood. Normal blacksmiths would take 1.5 years to craft magical treasures. Pavilion Master Chen must have used some kind of secret art to achieve such a feat. To be able to meet such a blacksmith was already a huge fortune, so how could he ask for more? It was just a month of waiting, there was no problem and it was worth it. His thoughts turned to the Yi family sisters. Why did Fei Shuang and Feiyan come here? What did they do to offend so many spirit realm cultivators? Chapter 802. After the middle-aged man finished, he stood up and was about to leave. However, right as he was about to step into the room, he stopped and frowned. "Esteemed guest, it is best if you don't head out these few days. Even if you have no choice, you have to be careful." Zhong Shou was shocked. "I heard that Tianfang Guild has been in charge of this world for close to 3,000 years? This was a factionless cultivator alliance. The cultivators within basically all came from Tianfang World. Originally, there were no living beings here. However, as the number of cultivators increased, many blood descendants were left. This Tianfang World was good for cultivation. Over the years, they formed a huge group. They were really strong and had several God Realm experts. There were even Saint Realm cultivators supporting them. They affected the surrounding hundreds of worlds and ensured the peace of Tianfang World. It is the Night Demon race, Shadow God race, Shura Emperor, and even your Cloud World cultivators. Recently, they have been really active and this place isn't safe." The middle-aged man shook his head and then looked over with a deep gaze. "You come from the Cloud World and have a special identity. You should know the reason." Zhong Shou was enlightened when he heard this and was in deep thought. The outsiders had made their move so quickly? Thinking about the position of this celestial world, he understood. The worlds within the region were actually stacked and parallel to one another in the time and space river. Actually, speaking of which, there wasn't a difference in distance or direction. It was just that when the various worlds were formed, they were connected to one another and there was some transportation. This was why there was a shortcut, a world river, all the big and small worlds looked like bubbles of different sizes squeezed together. Naturally, in the outer region there would be so-called strategic locations. The celestial world wasn't a dangerous place, but it was a good place to gain a foothold. To conquer the cloud world and choose this place as a base, it was indeed much more convenient. Actually, if he had enough strength, he could conquer the outer region. He had to first control this celestial world. With this place in hand, he could forcefully suppress the dozens of worlds around. This was indeed a place he had to fight for. Although Tianfang Guild was strong, be it the few alien races or the few factions of the cloud world, they were far stronger than them. In front of these few powers, Tianfang Guild was everything. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't dare to offend him. One could imagine the chaos in Tianfang world. Seeing that he understood, the middle-aged man didn't say anything else. He brought the blue fire Xian turtle into the artifact crafting room. Zhong Shou also dodged at the same time. Outside of Wenqi building, he chased after Feiyan and Fei Shuang until the two of them entered a pavilion floating in the air. Only then did he stop. This was the Sky Immortal Pavilion built by the Tianfang Alliance. It was specially for rogue cultivators who came to the Tianfang world to rent. There were only 5 of them, and they were all in the best places in Tianfang world. Be it spiritual energy or formations, they were all really good. There were also cultivators from the Tianfang Guild guarding outside. The owner of the Celestial Pavilion was considered a VIP in the Tianfang world, so it was hard to find someone like that. Zhong Shou had asked about it before he came. Unfortunately, the 5 immortal pavilions had already been rented out. Unexpectedly, one of them was in the hands of Fei Shuang and Feiyan, and from the looks of it, it should have been quite some time. He couldn't help but smile. He almost really thought that these 2 girls didn't know about their situation. Now it seemed like they were doing it on purpose, acting like they didn't notice. With Fei Shuang's personality, she definitely didn't know the theory of not showing off one's wealth. However, at this moment, she was really ostentatious, renting such a building. It was obvious that she had a reason for doing so. However, her cultivation was still a little shallow. Although the elder sister acted calm, her eyes were flickering. However, the light in his eyes was always flickering, and he would occasionally look around. The younger sister was really innocent, but there was still a bit of worry that couldn't be removed. Speaking of which, these 2 sisters had gone through so many hardships, so how could they still be as pure as before? Speaking of which, their cultivation advancement was really surprising. Not seeing them for a few years, they actually reached grade 9. It seemed like the matter of these sisters wasn't as simple as Juelong City. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou was expressionless. He tossed a talisman into a secluded corner beside the street. It was a celestial talisman that he obtained from the battle with the Taoist faction after killing numerous celestial cultivators. Its use was really average, only being able to control everything within 1,000,000 feet. However, it was hidden. Even God Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to notice it if they didn't pay attention. Zhong Shou left this talisman to observe the tracks of the Yi family sisters. If they faced danger, he could save them. Looking deeply at the few people in the crowd, Zhong Shou scoffed coldly and flashed away. He returned to the Wenqi building and entered the room that landlord Chen arranged for him. He noticed that the environment here was really great. Maybe it wasn't as good as the small building that Fei Shuang and Feiyan rented, but the spiritual energy here was really abundant. The formation here was really, as he said, really exquisite, not afraid of others peeking into it. With Zhong Shou's observation, the structure of the formation was really tight, even above the 5 VIP celestial pavilions of Tianfang Guild. He tried to use his spiritual sense to look in, only to see that the restrictions within were densely packed. Layer upon layer, who knows how many layers there were. It was actually an endless cycle, endless and endless. Even if one forcefully broke in, one would be lost within. Landlord Chen, I wonder where you came from? How extraordinary! If this formation was personally laid out by him, then I am afraid I have underestimated his formation cultivation. Shaking his head, Zhong-Shou took out a set of formation flags and laid them out within the formation. There were a total of 72 flags, split into red, yellow, black, and white. It was known as the Heaven and Earth Flag Gate Formation. This was given by Kong Rui. Based on what he said, it was passed down by the Kong family ancestors. During the Cloud Desolate era, it was famous for a period of time. Then, it was damaged and placed in the treasury. Before he was removed from his position, he had been researching how to restore it. After that incident, he conveniently brought it over to the cloud world. Power of this formation depended entirely on the person in charge of it. Not only could it defend against celestial realm cultivators, but it could also block the spiritual sense of God realm cultivators. Even Saint realm cultivators would be able to buy some time to react. As they say, one had to be wary of others. People who met for the first time couldn't be said to have true trust. Although the formation here was good, it was hard to say what back doors the master of this place would set up. If one really didn't defend at all, then that would be a joke. Since it involved the Book of Ian, one had to be really careful and couldn't be careless. After laying out the formation, Zhong-Shou sat within, taking out the Book of Ian and placing it in front of him. He had already seen the third page of this spiritual technique treasure book. As he didn't have much lifespan left on the fourth page, no matter what, he didn't dare to open it. After the tribulation, his lifespan greatly increased, increasing by a full 1,600 years. Unfortunately, during these 2 months, if he wasn't busy memorizing the classics in Songsheng Dao, he would be spending time with Xianyuan Iran. Only now did he have some free time. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong-Shou flipped open the book. When his hand touched the fourth page, Zhong-Shou was shocked. When he touched the fourth page, he instantly felt a close to exploding pain in his mind. Numerous runes and spiritual talismans charged into his soul. He could also feel that the life energy in his body was being consumed bit by bit. 300 years of lifespan? TSK. My lifespan is a little short and my talents are a little weaker. I really can't use such a top-secret book. Scoffing coldly, Zhong-Shou didn't hesitate at all. He flipped open the fourth page. Then, there was an explosion in his soul. His entire soul sea was in turmoil. Those stars were shaking, the 18 talismans were shaking. Even the black and white holes were twisting. The intense pain caused Zhong-Shou to nearly groan out loud. His body didn't feel much, but his soul felt like it was smashed into thousands of pieces by someone using a weapon. These changes only stabilized 2 hours later. Zhong-Shou was panting within the room. His face was covered in bean-sized sweat, his eyes filled with bitterness. He only felt that his entire body was unprecedentedly weak. He even found it extremely difficult to raise his arm. At this moment, even if a kid was in front of him, as long as the kid held a sharp weapon, he would be able to kill him on the spot. Actually, the stamina, vital energy, and soul power in his body weren't damaged at all. However, this weakness that came from the depths of his heart was extremely real. In an instant, 300 years of lifespan was consumed, causing him to be totally exhausted. At this moment, Zhong-Shou was filled with fear as he looked at the Book of Ian, not daring to touch it at all. However, a moment later, countless runes appeared in his mind again. Along with his soul, there was a fluctuation. Zhong-Shou looked closely and knew that this was the time and fate Dao. The fourth page of the Book of Ian was all in his memory. He only felt that his brain was being squeezed and swollen. Thinking about it slightly, he didn't think about it. Numerous talismans and talismans appeared in his mind. He instantly understood that if he didn't digest and organize the contents of the fourth page of the Book of Ian, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He probably wouldn't have the time or energy to think about other things. What a supreme treasure book! Within the pages, there is actually not only the time and fate Tao. It actually includes everything. Just this fourth page alone is comparable to a book building in Songxing Dao. Moreover, it was mostly practical and helpful for spirit master cultivation. There was no redundancy at all. There was also a complete set of spirit master cultivation method. If one cultivated according to this method, one could easily grasp the time Tao. They all said that the universe and universe books existed when this region was formed. Looking at the contents of the book, that might not be the case. Maybe it really is a Xiantian treasure, but there are also traces of it being made by someone. If it is as I expected, has this person reached the true realm? Zhong Shou didn't hesitate, grabbing a bunch of mind stones and starting to accelerate time. It caused the surrounding time flow to suddenly increase. However, this time it was just 3 days. Just like that, a grade 9 mind stone was used up. If it was before, a yellow grade 9 mind stone would have been enough for 10 days. Now, 2/3 of it is gone. Zhong Shou frowned and continued. After his strength increased, these low-grade mind stones really weren't of much use. However, it didn't exceed what he could bear. Chapter 803. It was still close to 10 times the flow of time. Zhong Shou sat within the room and didn't move at all. However, if one looked carefully, one would notice that around him, there were many small spiritual energy dots. There were 3,000 of them, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was to train one's control of one's strength, to send threads of spiritual energy out of one's body. He controlled the 5-element spiritual energy to change into various shapes and postures, until he could once again reach the realm where he could enter the small details. Just like that, Zhong Shou was like a wooden statue, not moving at all. Who knows how long passed, but the space around him suddenly twisted. Zhong Shou woke up from his meditation, his eyes filled with a weird expression. 2 celestial realm experts? As expected, those aren't the only ones who want to attack those 2 silly brats. However, these people don't seem to be on the same side, and they aren't here to take revenge. Fei Shuang and Feiyan, what do they have in their hands to attract so much attention? The talisman that he left was still connected to his mind. Not only was he observing the 2 sisters, but he was also monitoring the suspicious people around. Not long ago, Zhong Shou sensed 2 celestial realm experts stopping nearby. In this world where people came and went, there wasn't anything special about it. However, for them to appear here several times and spread out their spiritual sense, that was really suspicious. Zhong Shou was pretty much sure that the 2 of them came for Fei Shuang and Feiyan. As for their goal, he still didn't know. As they say, if you help someone, you should help them all the way. It was best to get to the root of this matter and solve it all at once. Naturally, if they faced opponents that even Zhong Shou couldn't handle, he could ask Songxing Dao and his sect for help. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou took out 2 blank talisman papers. He used the beast blood he obtained from the Xuanwu as ink to write the runes. After the talisman was completed, Zhong Shou waved his sleeves. Instantly, 2 spiritual cranes formed in front of him. Flapping its wings, its body was extremely agile, as if it had intelligence. Then, Zhong Shou gently tapped the forehead of the spirit crane. It caused his figure to fade away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the quiet room. This was a secret technique that Zhong Shou had found in the Book of Ian. In reality, the 2 spirit cranes were not hiding their track. Instead, they were at different levels of time. Although it sounded extremely profound, it was actually extremely simple. If one were to take Zhong Shou's current breath as a reference, the 2 spirit cranes would have been forcefully pushed into the time period 1 breath ago. 0.003 of an instant earlier, being in a different space-time plane, it was naturally extremely difficult for those cultivators to detect their existence. This method isn't bad. It's the most convenient method for eavesdropping. It's a pity that the consumption rate is a little too high. It's much higher than time acceleration. Zhong Shou's strength was completely drained at this moment. Just pointing his finger twice had exhausted all of his strength. Unfortunately, this method has too many limitations. It can't be maintained for too long and it can harm people. If not, I could let Ruoshui learn it. If she could use the Ruoshui stealth technique as well as that space jump technique, killing people would be really simple. Along with Zhong Shou having a thought, the two flying cranes flew into the air and chased the tracks of the two celestial realm cultivators. Zhong Shou turned his attention back to the Book of Ian once more. The mysteries within were really endless. Those runes and restrictions were a cycle of one another. With much difficulty, he finished deciphering one sentence. However, he would soon discover that if he arranged these runes in a different way, it would be another profound law, another meaning. Moreover, it would be in harmony with the heaven and earth path. It was just one page of the book. The total number of runes was just 100,000. However, it was like numerous theories were compressed within. The amount of information was shocking. However, Zhong Shou knew that if he wanted to comprehend it, he would need at least 100 years. At this moment, he was more and more certain that this Book of Ian was modified by someone. Inside, there were time and fate daos that were formed by Xiantian, but there were also many things that someone added. For example, just now when he used the illusionary crane's secret universe talisman, although there was a lot of content, he had comprehended it during this period of time. Sitting quietly and adjusting his breathing, Zhong Shou waited for his energy to recover before he raised a thought. The space around him twisted once more and swiftly returned back to normal. It looked like there weren't any changes, but the spiritual energy consumption of the Book of Ian had decreased by a lot. As expected, if I use the space acceleration technique along with this Book of Ian, I can reduce mind stone consumption. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still a little weak, and I don't have enough strength. At the start, the internal energy consumption was huge and Zhong Shou slowed down bit by bit. Moments later, it slowly stabilized. The consumption and regeneration of the spiritual energy and internal energy finally balanced out. He alone provided roughly a tenth of the consumption of the Book of Ian. In other words, this method allowed him to save a full tenth of his mind stones. Although it was a drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing. What a joke! This time acceleration technique not only consumes lifespan, but it is also 20% more than normal. Spending so many mind stones to save myself, I really am a weirdo. Zhong Shou mocked himself, however. He didn't have any intentions of stopping. Using the Book of Ian to cultivate would consume a lot of resources and life force. However, what he lacked the most was time. He needed enough time to break through, continuously break through, until he had the strength to allow him to look down on this region and cause storms to surge. In the shortest amount of time, he would stand at the peak of the sword path. Another thing that made him annoyed was the 7-cycle Xiantong full restriction. The 7 restrictions would be unlocked one by one. His ability and Xian energy would be able to enter the small realm once more. At this moment, what he didn't know was that when Shi created this cultivation method, it had flaws. Or was it that this technique conflicted with his yin-yang world shocking art? However, something went wrong with the secret technique when it was used on him. Using the Book of Ian Extreme Life to cultivate for several years, he should have been able to unlock 1 or 2 restrictions. However, during these few days, Zhong Shou tried many times but he was still unable to break it open. Luckily, this technique didn't affect his strength. After slowly grasping it, he could use more than 90% of his strength. Zhong Shou was helpless and could only temporarily place it down, not bothering about it and allowing it to happen. Based on his conjectures, as long as he reached the small realm of Xian opening once more, he would be able to unlock all the 7-cycle Xiantong full restrictions. He would be able to break through the 7 cycles profound insight full restriction. Even if there were any flaws, he would be able to break through them by force. Time flew like a shuttle and another 30 days passed. In Zhong Shou's ears, he finally heard a few words from the 2 spiritual cranes. Due to time being accelerated by 10 times, 30 days had passed in this room. Outside of the room, only 3 days had passed. The 2 spirit cranes followed beside him, and were noticed by the 2 of them. Yi Feishuang, instant space, first dragon, no. Forcefully forcing, not. With her mother's example. Be careful. We need to be really careful. Then, we can only find another way. Speaking of which, we can only agree to that person. But what if that person turns on us? Why would we fear him? Kill. Their voices were intermittent and they weren't really clear. It was obvious that the people who spoke were really careful. They either used spells or forbidden formations to block the divine senses and various secret arts of others. As for the 2 spirit cranes, they were also affected and couldn't hear clearly. Instant space, first dragon? Zhong Shou frowned slightly and was in deep thought. Instant space dragon was indeed first out of the 9 types of true dragon. Then, is it the first dragon hall? Before this, Zhong Shou had entered the 3rd dragon hall. It was the flaming dragon hall which belonged to the blazing fire dragon race. However, everyone in the cloud world knew the location of this 3rd dragon hall. As for this 1st dragon hall, no one knew. Legend had it that it was already lost in the instant space dragon race. As for whether or not Ao Kuan knew, Zhong Shou didn't know. However, if his brother knew where it was, then why didn't he think of a way to borrow the power of this dragon hall when he needed strength? Then, how did the Yi family sisters know? Did their bodies have the bloodline of the instant space dragon race? However, if it was the 1st dragon hall, then it made sense. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. However, he roughly knew the reason as well as many details. There are actually 5 initial celestial realm experts. These 2 girls really know how to cause problems. He didn't notice any higher god realm cultivators. However, if they attacked, he still had to be wary. He didn't inject much spiritual sense into the 2 spirit cranes. After listening for a moment, it was just some useless words. The 5 of them were obviously distracted and talking about the Tao. It was of no help to Zhong Shou at all. As for what they were planning, they didn't say a single word. Once their spiritual sense was used up, the 2 spirit cranes burned up. Zhong Shou didn't bother about them and continued to cultivate. In the next few months, there weren't any changes. The Yi family sisters stayed in the VIP Celestial Pavilion and rarely came out. Usually, they wouldn't step out of the Celestial Pavilion like they were waiting for something. Even if they came out occasionally, it was to buy spiritual pills for cultivation. They cultivated in the cultivation room for a full 3 months. To Zhong Shou, it was more than 2 years. Until this day, Zhong Shou felt an aura get close to the door. Only then did he wake up from his meditation once more. He kept the book of Ian back into his soul ocean. With a thought, the 72 formation flags were rolled up and tossed into his sleeve. Waving his sleeves, Zhong Shou opened the door. As expected, he saw the Tianqi Tower head standing in front of the cultivation room. Looking at Zhong Shou, the Shun surnamed middle-aged man was shocked. It has only been 3 months. Why do I feel that your spiritual sense is much stronger than before? Sir, your aura is obviously different from a few months ago. It seems that your cultivation has improved greatly again? The glow in Samuraim's eyes was retracted and he didn't reply. He looked at the satisfied blue fire Xian turtle behind the middle-aged man and then smiled. Tower head Shin came to find me because those magical treasures have been completed? That's right. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. His expression was really calm. I was about to invite you to evaluate them. Let's see if you are satisfied. After he finished, he took out several magical treasures. They floated in the air and lined up in front of Zhong Shou. Chapter 804. I was just about to invite you to appraise it. Let's see if you are satisfied. After he finished, he took out several magical treasures one after another. They floated in the air and lined up in front of Zhongsho. First was the sword and armor. With a thought, Zhongsho summoned these two items into his hand. His eyes instantly lit up. The sword and armor were both Grade 3 magical treasures. Grade 9 martial cultivators could use them too. He tried to use true chi to activate it. As expected, the sword and armor's aura was really dim. What was rare was that it pretty much merged into one with the surrounding environment. There was no difference at all. He flicked his finger, causing the sword and armor to give out a buzzing sound. It looked like he didn't use much strength, but waves of internal energy seeped in to see what was going on. Following which he smiled. These two magical treasures were both above standard. Not only could they hide their aura, but their effects weren't weak either. The defensive ability of the armor was far above that of the same grade. On the sword body, one could actually store up strength in advance, and it was unusually sharp. However, beside the sword and armor, there were several button-sized black iron pieces. Zhongsho was deep in thought as he looked at the sword and armor in his hand. He saw that the sword handle, sword spine, and also within the armor had several dents which coincided with the iron pieces. I specially laid out this formation within the artifact. I split the core of the formation into 5. Once the 4 cores are removed, it will become a Grade 3 magical treasure that Heaven Realm cultivators can use. Every time I place one in, it will raise by 1 to 2 grades. If all of them are installed, it will be Grade 9. That middle-aged man expressionlessly explained. However, with that, the effects of the formation will be weakened. If not, the highest grade this artifact would be between a magical treasure and a celestial artifact. Zhongsho's eyes lit up. This landlord Chen really had a unique way of thinking, coming up with an original idea. He really didn't misjudge him to find this person to craft artifacts for him. They said that one couldn't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Actually, when he raised these conditions, he didn't have much hope for the use of these two magical treasures. However, at this moment, both the fish and the bear's paw were present. The defensive treasure that he had crafted for Rulin was a shield. It was the same technique as before. However, in terms of defense, this treasure was countless times stronger than the armor from before. Zhongsho didn't take a closer look at it and kept it in his sleeve. Landlord Chen's standard could indeed be called a master blacksmith. The things he took out were definitely not ordinary. Lastly were the 2 giant shields that were crafted for the Xuanwu. At this moment, in this room, they had shrunk to only a few feet in diameter. Zhongsho subconsciously used his mana to summon it, but it did not budge. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He walked over and tried to hold it with his hand. Then, his body sank and he almost fell to the ground. Instantly, spirit and martial arts merger activated the power of the Juntian flame armor. Only by increasing the strength of his 36 mountains by several times did he manage to barely hold on. This giant shield had clearly exceeded the limits of his strength. At the very least, it was equivalent to the power of 180 Sumer mountains. Normal celestial realm cultivators only had the strength of 100 mountains. That blue fire Xian turtle was obviously delighted as it looked towards Zhongsho. Landlord Chen saw through Zhongsho's doubt. I have added 2 pieces of 10,000-year cold wall earth within. 10,000-year cold wall earth? Zhongsho's brow rose up, thinking to himself that this was the case. He had heard of this item before and it was indeed really heavy. He broke out into a cold sweat, only feeling that he had made too big of a promise. Luckily, he had earned a huge fortune in the Qin Emperor tomb. Today, just this sum of money alone would cause him to be unable to leave the shop. He stared viciously at the blue fire Xian turtle. Because of these 2 shields, he was most probably going to suffer heavy losses. That Xian turtle knew what to do and its eyes were filled with innocence. Landlord Chen smiled when he saw the situation. I was the one who was excited and didn't want the Black Xian Purple Hero iron to be wasted just like that. This was why I decided to join in. You can give me a 30% discount after this. Zhong Shou smiled and shook his head. Actually, as long as the treasure was what he wanted, no matter how high the price was, he was willing to accept it. Looking at the shield, it was pointed at the top and pointed at the bottom. Reaching in with true qi, he felt that it was really tough and dense. Although it wasn't at the level of a celestial artifact, it wasn't far away. He could only activate 30% of the formation within, and it should have been specially laid out for the blue fire Xian turtle. On the back of the shield, there were 2 dents which were convenient for the Xian turtle to use with its claws. Zhong Shou was too lazy to think about it, directly tossing the 2 shields over. The blue fire Xian turtle was delighted, its body hanging in the air. Using true qi, it raised the 2 shields up and blocked in front of its body. After which there was another buzzing sound. A black light flashed on the body of the shield, and a thin layer of mysterious ice appeared on the outside. Xuanwu body protecting energy. Zhong Shou instantly sucked in a cold breath. Only now did he know that the artifact formation within the shield was laid out for the Xuanwu body protecting energy. It allowed the Xuanwu body protecting energy of the blue fire Xian turtle to be activated within the shield, similar to the turtle shell. The Xuanwu body protecting energy was one of the strongest defensive abilities in the world. Along with this shield, its toughness was unimaginable. There was also the Xian ice on the shield. At this moment, the blue fire Xian turtle was purposely retracting it. If it was willing, it could be thousands of feet thick. Then, the blue fire Xian turtle retracted its 4 limbs and head. As for the 2 shields, they split into a dozen to protect his body. Then, at the sides of the shields, numerous blades stretched out. They were all spinning at high speeds and slashing the void. The aura was really domineering and extremely strong. Zhong Shou's head felt numb. This was a fortress that couldn't be broken or broken. Its killing ability was also extremely strong. If it smashed over, Zhong Shou might not be able to block it. Landlord Chen glanced at it indifferently. Then, he shook his head and said, "It is you, the Black Tortoise, who took the initiative to plead. I also thought about it. If such a huge shield only had defensive abilities, it would be a waste. So, I spent some effort. Luckily, power is not bad." In his heart, Zhong Shou was thinking that this turtle most probably remembered the last time when he subdued it and it couldn't fight back at all, which was why it was like that. However, this way, it really had both offense and defense. Even if it faced someone like him, it had a way to deal with him. Zhong Shou didn't take a close look at the Royal Demon God shuttle behind. This item had to travel swiftly in the vast space to know its specific effects. He had enough confidence in the methods of the person who refined the weapon. He kept all these things. Zhong Shou's expression was complicated as he looked at the Wenqi pavilion head opposite him. This was unprecedented. He wanted to know the exact name of this person and where he came from. He had never seen someone with such exquisite artifact crafting skills. Although Kongqi sect had a legacy of 10,000 years, compared to him, it was like comparing a craftsman to a grandmaster. Moreover, these magical treasures had the shadow of the Mahis. If he could recruit his De Qian, then, he broke out into a laugh. De Qian was just a small country, how could they recruit such a person? To be able to drag those 2 giant shields in the air with his mind, he was at least late celestial realm. Looking at this person, he didn't have any intentions to have a deep relationship with him. His words were polite, but he kept people thousands of miles away. Since that was the case, it was best if he didn't ask for trouble. After paying the bill, Zhong Shou walked out of Tianqi building and directly left the celestial world. That Tianqi building landlord was really nice when doing business. However, the price of the materials still made one tongue-tied. At this moment, Zhong Shou's heaven and earth bag was pretty much empty. He wasn't willing to use those mind stones, so he used pills to exchange for them. Luckily, the other party could accept it and was delighted. These were pills refined by the top necromancers during the Qin Emperor's time. Not only were many of them extinct, but they were also rare and exquisite items. Zhong Shou was more and more certain that this person had a deep relationship with the cloud world. After exiting the celestial world, Zhong Shou drove the royal demon shuttle and sped around outside the void world. As expected, the speed was 4 times faster. Zhong Shou used his spiritual sense to take a look, and there were only a dozen more parts. Zhong Shou forcefully smashed into the void storm. However, he only felt that no matter how many void cracks flashed and spiritual energy struck, it still didn't move and wasn't damaged at all. In that instant, Zhong Shou was surprised. After leaving the cloud world, the first thing he had to do wasn't to conquer the outer region. Instead, he had to find ways to train his sword technique foundations. The most important thing was the black and white holes that had already become the foundations of the Tao. These two were only things he had heard about in the last life. He had only heard about them and seen images of them. As for the truth, he didn't know. His knowledge was also really shallow. This was why what he was most eager to do now was to head to the world that gave birth to these two to take a look. Only by seeing the real thing would his Tao be more real. Legend had it that to head to that region, one had to have the sturdiest spaceship to pass through a large void storm, which was really tough. This was why till now, the cloud world cultivators still hadn't noticed the existence of this world. This royal demon god shuttle is really not bad. Who knows how fast it will be when it fully recovers. Unfortunately, it isn't as stylish as my blue fire Xian turtle. This thing is good for rushing. Normally, it is best to use it as a transport, overbearing and domineering. Speaking of which, it is weird. Since this item is called the Royal Demon God Shuttle, then its function should be to repel demons and slay evil. Why don't I see any of these functions? Sometimes, it wasn't because he was arrogant but because he wanted to avoid trouble. To have such a turtle to accompany him when he was in the outer region. If other people wanted to have bad intentions towards him, they would think about it carefully. After all, at this moment, he was cultivating the 7-cycle Xiantong full restriction. His true qi and aura were totally covered and he was like a normal person. Zhong Shou gave it a try and then stopped. He spread out his spiritual sense and started to contact Ruoshui and Shirulan. According to the time, his fleet should be arriving soon. However, what about Feiyan and Feishuang? If he left now and met up with the fleet, he wouldn't be able to take care of the two sisters. If something happened during this period of time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Just as he was thinking about that, Zhong Shou felt that the talisman in Tianyuan world moved once more. Those two sisters had finally come out. Chapter 805. It seems like they were forced out? Zhong Shou's eyes shone brightly as he looked closely at the situation there. When Feiyan and Feishuang left, they were in a hurry. It was like they were forcefully chased out by the VIP Celestial Pavilion guards. It was either they were short of money and couldn't afford the Mind Stones, or Tianfang Guild couldn't take the pressure and could only chase them out. Thinking back to 2 days ago when these two sisters were still searching for pills on the streets, the possibility of it being the former was really low. Speaking of which, those few initial Celestial Realm experts have some background? Zhong Shou scoffed coldly. Tianfang Guild's actions today made him feel disdain and annoyance rose in his heart. As for those few Celestial Realm experts, he didn't care at all. Songxing Dao was the second last out of the few factions in the cloud world. However, in the outer region they were a huge power, not to mention that Mingyu was nearby. With a star-shining talisman, he could rush over in an instant. Riding the Royal Demon God Shuttle, in just 2 moments, he was outside of the cloud world. Then, he hid at the side and looked on coldly. Moments later, he could sense 3 streaks of light flying out from Tianfang World, 1 in front and 2 behind. He focused his spiritual qi into his eyes, looking into the void, only to see that the faces of the 2 girls were filled with worry. Not long after the 2 of them left, a few auras shot out from Tianfang World, following far behind the 3 of them. He sensed from afar that it was the few people who spoke just now. Zhong Shou smiled and then activated the shuttle. In just a moment, he rushed to the front. He headed towards Feiyan and Feishuang. Then, he acted like it was a coincidence and appeared outside of the shuttle. Isn't this Feiyan and Feishuang? What a coincidence, why are the 2 of you here? His face was filled with doubt, his acting was really good. When the Feishuang sisters saw a shuttle charge over from the World River, they were really nervous. In despair, he focused and was wary. When he saw that it was Zhong Shou, his expression relaxed. So, it is Brother Shou. Yi Feiyan was pleasantly surprised. You are indeed fine. I've been worried sick for the past 2 years. Sister Feishuang always said that you were in a bad situation and that you would be killed by the Taoist faction sooner or later. I wonder how you are now. Luckily Brother Shou is fine. When Yi Feishuang heard this, she snorted and said in disdain, how could he be fine? The spiritual wave had already risen in the cloud world, and it was the best time to cultivate. Who would leave so easily? However, this fellow went to the outer region. Most likely, Qian Tian country was destroyed, and he was forcefully chased out by the Taoist faction. Zhong Shou was slightly startled when he heard that. Didn't these 2 sisters hear about what happened in the cloud world these few years? In the cultivation world, anyone who was well informed should know that the current situation of the Tao sect was extremely bleak because of him. However, it wasn't wrong to say that the Taoist faction forced them out of the cloud world. It seemed like his reputation was unparalleled in the cloud world, and he was invincible. However, no one in the outer realm knew about it. As Yi Feishuang spoke, her expression turned cold. My sister and I have only met a few times in the cloud world. We don't have much of a relationship. If you don't have anything, can you move aside? Yi Feiyan's brows were filled with shock. Then, she understood, the joy in her eyes slowly receding. She nodded her head slightly. That's right. Brother Zhong Shou, you should leave quickly. Let's talk in the future. Zhong Shou was delighted when he heard that, looking at the serious Feiyan. Since when did this little girl become so observant? Also, why did Yi Feishuang give him such a bad attitude every time they met? He didn't reply, instead looking into the distance, his eyes filled with curiosity. Are those few people familiar with you? Or did you offend them? Why are those few people so filled with killing intent? Yi Feishuang's expression changed, and she turned her head to look behind her. Within Guojian's World River, there were a few streaks of light chasing after him. She didn't hesitate, pouncing forwards and grabbing onto Zhong Shou's hand. She was flustered. It is all your fault. I asked you to leave but you didn't. Now it is too late to leave. At the same time, a celestial talisman rose up in her hand. Instantly, a spiritual light flashed, bringing Feiyan and the other 3 to dash forwards. With the celestial talisman buffing them, their speed was actually no slower than Zhong Shou's repaired royal demon god shuttle. Zhong Shou was speechless, thinking to himself, why leave? He just had to deal with the 5 of them here. He struggled a little, causing the talisman to loosen a little. However, Zhong Shoxin had a thought and still stopped. These few celestial realm cultivators should have more than just this. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only allow the light to bring him into the void. He passed through many world barriers. However, just as Feiyan and Feishuang relaxed and thought that they had shaken off the few celestial realm cultivators behind them, a loud boom rang out, only to hear a loud quang nearby. The light brought by the celestial talisman was instantly forcefully scattered. Zhong Shou's body was like a pillar, standing in the void and not moving at all. However, Feiyan, Feishuang, and the ice hornless dragon couldn't take it. He tumbled around in the void, feeling dizzy and almost being torn apart by the surrounding spatial fissures. Then, he laughed out loud. Two brats who are still wet behind the ears. Just because you have a few Xiankong world-breaking movement talismans, you really think that others can't do anything to you? Along with these words, an intense light suddenly slid over. A person in a green robe stood proudly in front. Behind him was a spiritual light shining. One could see that it was a special-looking magical treasure. However, rather than calling it a treasure, it was better to call it a formation. A full 36 spirit realm cultivators sat within with their eyes closed. Each of them held a spiritual seal in their hands, activating the treasure to the extreme. It also caused this person's aura to far exceed his actual strength. It locked down this part of the void. Looking at this person, his face was purple gold and his brow bones were protruding. Who knows which world he was from? One couldn't see his exact age. He held a sword in his hand and looked over with a cold gaze. Yi Feiyan recognized him. Her face turned green. Kanyang's sword, Saint Yu Kanyang. You recognize me? A weird expression appeared on Yu Kanyang's face, and then he smiled. Since you recognize me, then don't make me attack. Tell me where the first dragon hall is and I can let you live. Zhong Shou listened on, thinking to himself that as expected, it was the first dragon hall, the legacy land of the instant space dragon race. He looked behind him. Those few celestial realm cultivators were swiftly closing in and surrounding them. It was obvious that the few of them had decent void movement technique. Yi Feiyan's expression turned into one of shock. After stabilizing her body, she frowned. I recognize Senior, but why are you blocking us? I know about the first dragon hall, but isn't the legacy land of the instant space dragon race in the cloud world? What does it have to do with us? Nothing? Since it has nothing to do with you, then why are the two of you fleeing? For you to say such words now, aren't you trying to hide something? Yu Kanyang scoffed coldly, his voice filled with disdain. After saying this, he shook his head. Forget it. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I will capture the two of you and naturally we will see the truth. Casually grabbing out, a huge power pressed down from all directions. Although Yi Feiyan was in despair, she was prepared. She casually tossed out and a ring-shaped magical treasure was tossed out, laying in the air. Coincidentally, it protected the four of them within. The hornless dragon also let out a roar, transformed into an ice hornless dragon, and soared into the sky. It went all out to support this treasure. Zhong Shou's brow rose up, thinking to himself that he really couldn't see through these two brats. This level of treasure was no weaker than the two Xuanwu shields of the blue fire Xian turtle. Unfortunately, the strength of the person controlling the treasure was far inferior to him. As expected, in just an instant the ice-horned dragon spat out large mouthfuls of blood. That cruel sun sword Saint Yu Kanyang didn't even attack, just pure energy suppression, and he was able to heavily injure the ice-horned dragon. Looking at the situation of the dragon, it was obviously using all its potential to hold on. It only had such decisiveness because it didn't have intelligence and was controlled by others. Feiyan and Feishuang's faces were ashen white. With the ice-horned dragon's realm and burning its life potential, it still couldn't do anything to Yu Kanyang. Naturally, the two of them couldn't do anything and didn't have the right to do so. Yi Feishuang laughed bitterly. This time we are really going to die here. I'm sorry, we sisters have implicated you again. If this cruel sun sword saint wants to capture us and interrogate us, we won't die so quickly. However, Zhong Shou, it can't be considered dragging you down. Zhong Shou shook his head and interrupted Yi Feishuang. Looking at Yu Kanyang in front of him, he sneered. He sneered coldly in his heart. How could such a person deserve the title of Sword Saint? Where was his master Long Ying? Even if he had that formation treasure to rely on, he was still confident that he could kill him in 3 swords. If it was the 6-god defensive knife technique, then he would only need 1. He then looked behind him and said, "Could it be that the enemies of you 2 sisters are these people? What does it have to do with Juelong City?" Yi Feishuang didn't understand, however. She shook her head. "No. These people are just doing some business in the outer region to sell dragon skin and tendons. That cruel Sun Sword Saint's master is a saint realm venerable who controls a world. He found out that I was searching for the location of the first dragon hall, which was why he chased me. We were careless and revealed our tracks." Zhong Shou instantly understood. So that was the case. Juelong City was the hunter and these people were in charge of selling the stolen goods. Yi Feishuang gritted her teeth and tugged at Zhong Shou's sleeves. It was like she felt dejected for dragging down Zhong Shou. God realm? If that is the case, then it is simple. Those words caused the 2 girls to be startled. Zhong Shou was already holding his sword, his boiling killing intent formed into a line. He held back the cruel Sun Sword Saint. His body had the 7-cycle Xiantong full restriction. Even if his killing intent gathered, his aura was still really dim. It only caused Yu Kanyang to take a look at him, but he didn't care. Seeing that the ice hornless dragon couldn't take it anymore, its flesh and blood were tearing apart. Zhong Shou couldn't take it anymore and waved his hand. He forcefully pulled the ice hornless dragon down from the ring. Then, his aura exploded and he was about to attack. Chapter 806. Seeing that the ice hornless dragon couldn't take it anymore, its flesh and blood were tearing apart. Zhong Shou couldn't take it anymore and waved his hand. He forcefully pulled down the ice hornless dragon from the ring. Then, his aura exploded and he was about to attack. True Qi surged and the 7-cycle Xiantong full restrictions retracted one by one. The restrictions were removed. An unparalleled sword intent was ready to move. However, just at this moment, a giant light suddenly descended from the void and struck right at Yu Kanyang. A loud and hearty laugh could be heard from afar. Yu Kanyang! Who knew that the famous cruel Sun Sword Saint would fall to the point where you have to bully juniors? If you want to fight today, then I will accompany you. Yu Kanyang frowned and scoffed coldly. He didn't seem to move at all and the sword light beside him shot into the air. Instantly, light shot out in all directions, causing the entire world river to be covered in bright light. The sword shadow changed and turned into balls of blazing sun-like flames. However, it was only half a piece. It clashed with the hook shadow that came from afar. Then, the void was destroyed and the numerous source spirits around all collapsed. Within the void, one's cultivation wasn't high enough. There was no sound but one could see how huge the aura of the 2 of them were. The 2 of them were locked in a stalemate for just a moment. The hook shadow had a slight advantage. Pretty much every hook shadow that landed would cause a portion of the sun to be destroyed. In just a moment, Yu Kanyang and the formation treasure had retreated dozens of breaths away. He suddenly stopped and kept the sword light. His expression was really ugly as he looked into the distance. Zhu Xie broken hook. Zhuya Hongji, did I offend you? You want to be my enemy? You didn't offend me but offended my good friend. Miss Yi Feishuang is someone that I, Zhuya Hongji, admire. Since I bumped into her, then how can I allow you to be so arrogant? That loud laugh rang out once more. Then, a red-robed teen suddenly appeared in front of them. His face was like jade, holding a silver hook in his hand, looking really elegant as he bowed towards Yi Feishuang and Yi Feiyan. Half a month ago, when I received your distress signal, Hong Ji was still in the Grand Frost world. Fortunately, he had arrived in time and was not too late. Otherwise, I, Zhuya Hongji, will regret it for the rest of my life. Zhong Shou looked on coldly from the side. He was wondering which chivalrous warrior had passed by and made a move. Later on, when he saw the 2 of them fighting, he felt strange. This battle between a hook and a sword was too fake. The momentum was undeniably majestic and shocking. However, it was clear that the two of them had not truly gone all out. It was fine if the person who used the hook was unwilling to use his full strength. There was no need for him to risk his life for a stranger. But why was Yu Kanyang the same? Only when Jia Hongji appeared and spoke did they realize that he was an acquaintance of Yi Feishuang. It seemed like their relationship was not shallow. This made them even more puzzled. With such a fierce battle, did they think that they wouldn't be able to see through it? His eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at this person. Zhong Shou smiled with an indiscernible expression. The 7-cycle Xiantong full restriction returned back to normal, suppressing and restricting his internal energy and soul power once more. His interest was piqued, and he wanted to see what these people were up to and what kind of show they were going to put on. Yi Feiyan was surprised and said happily, "Brother Zhuya is here." Yi Feishuang was more reserved, but she was slightly moved. "Grand Frost World? Hongji, it has been tough on you." Grand Frost World was hundreds of worlds away from the celestial world. Even if it was an immortal realm expert, if he wanted to rush over in half a month, he would have to travel day and night without rest. Zhong Shou's face twitched. "Brother Zhuya? Hongji?" He was really close. "It is not worth mentioning." Zhuya Hongji smiled and didn't care at all. He then smiled towards Yi Feiyan. "Miss Han, are you frightened?" Yi Feiyan immediately shook her head and then hugged Zhong Shou's arm. "With Brother Zhong Shou here, I am not afraid." Zhuya Hongji seemed to have only noticed Zhong Shou's presence at this moment. He looked deeply at Zhong Shou, especially the hand that Yi Feiyan used to hug Zhong Shou's arm. His eyes shone and then he nodded slightly as a greeting. "You are Zhong Shou? Zhuya Hongji greets you." After he said this, he looked back at Yu Kanyang. "Brother Yu, this is really weird. Since I am here, why don't you know how to leave? Do you really want to have a fight with me, Zhuxia, right here? Or do you think you have a chance to bully my two good friends in front of me?" Yu Kanyang kept silent and didn't speak until those few celestial realm cultivators rushed over. They surrounded this place and then said seriously, "Zhuya Hongji, your Zhuya broken hook is not bad. Martial path soul realm, intent condensed and not dissipating, it is indeed extraordinary. However, if you fight with us, the outcome is still uncertain. Whether I leave or stay, is it up to you to judge. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, we will know after the battle." When Zhuya Hongji heard this, he laughed out loud in a heroic manner. "Since you aren't willing to leave, then don't blame me for forcing you to leave." He held a pair of silver hooks, but he didn't target Yu Kanyang. Instead, he targeted another celestial realm cultivator. In just a flash, he was in front of that person. The hook slashed down and broke everything. That celestial realm cultivator hurriedly used his sword to block. However, with a "kung," it was cleanly sliced by the silver hook. The defensive artifact beside him was only able to block a little before it was forcefully broken by the hook. Luckily, Zhuya Hongji didn't intend to kill him. When Yu Kanyang's sword light charged over, he dodged to the side. He retreated to the side to avoid it. Before he left, he waved out with his hook, hooking off that person's hair. "Today, I will use your hair to replace your head. Next time, you won't be so lucky." In the next moment, he flashed in front of another person. Zhuya Hongji's silver hook slashed down once more. Similarly, under Yu Kanyang's restriction, he cut off that person's hair. Just like that, there were 4 people in a row. They were all in a bad state, their faces really ugly. Their hair was messy like a bird's nest. Yi Feiyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhuya Hongji spoke out once more, "Yu Kanyang, you might be able to escape unscathed from my hook today. However, that might not be the case for your subordinate. If you really don't care about their lives, it is tough to find a few celestial realm subordinates near the cloud world." Yu Kanyang's brows were tightly furrowed. A storm gathered in his eyes like he was filled with rage. Maybe because he was really helpless, he kept his sword by his side once more. You can stop now. His expression was dark and sunken as he looked at Zhuya Hongji, laughing coldly. Do you know? How many secrets do these two girls have on them? In the cloud world, only these two brats know where the instant space dragon hall is and how to enter. Who knows how many cultivators in the celestial world want to enter? I want to see how long you can protect them for. Instant space dragon hall? The top dragon hall of the cloud world? Zhuya Hongji was startled and really surprised. Then, he looked at the two pairs of sisters behind him curiously. Then, he shook his head. I don't care about that. What happens to me has nothing to do with you. The instant space dragon hall belongs to the dragon race. The two of them have dragon blood and naturally have the right to inherit it. It is unrighteous to snatch the things of others. If other people covet it, I will naturally kill them. Yu Kanyang, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Zhong Shou was at the side. His heart was racing. For some reason, Yi Feiyan was hugging his arm tightly. Only now did he notice that this brat was surprisingly well endowed. The two soft lumps on her chest were already really majestic. As such, he didn't bother to listen to what the two of them were saying. Actually, he was too lazy to listen. At this moment, he roughly guessed what was going on. He felt respect in his heart. This plan was really ingenious. Yu Kanyang's expression changed, suddenly happy and suddenly furious. In the end, he scoffed coldly. Since that is the case, then I will take my leave. I only hope that you don't regret it in the future. After saying this, he didn't hesitate at all. He waved his sleeves and the few messy celestial realm cultivators all backed off. Yu Kanyang's figure also suddenly disappeared in the void in front of them, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, Zhuya Hongji turned his head. He has already left. Looking at the direction he left towards, he should be heading towards Tianfang World. His brows were tightly furrowed and worry appeared in his eyes. Miss Feishuang, it is best if the two of you leave. Yu Kanyang's personality is one that takes revenge. He is vicious and decisive. Since this matter isn't over yet, he most probably wants to spread the news of the instant space dragon hall in Tianfang World. Yi Feishuang's expression was really ugly. She didn't think much about it, just bowing and begging softly, Young Master Hongji, please protect us for a period of time. If the news spread out, not only those celestial realm cultivators in the celestial world, even those few legendary god realm experts would rush over when they heard the news. Of course, but this matter concerns the first dragon hall. Zhuya Hongji hesitated. Isn't that a little inappropriate? Is it really appropriate for me to know the location of the dragon hall? Yi Feishuang's expression changed and then became determined. Feishuang believes in young Master Gua. Actually, the instant space dragon hall didn't stop outsiders from entering during the cloud desolate era. There are restrictions and seals within, and the treasures within can be obtained by those who are fated. I just don't want the items of the dragon hall to fall into the hands of the enemy. Big brother Hongji, follow us in, it is okay. The moment he said this, Zhong Shou felt Yi Feiyan's hand tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't help but look at the girl beside him in deep thought. It seemed like this brat wasn't as close to Zhuya Hongji as she seemed on the surface. That joy seemed to be mostly fake. As expected, although she was still pure and innocent. After experiencing so much, little Feiyan's mind was no longer pure and innocent. However, she was still as cute as before. Zhuya Hongji didn't agree. Instead, he was in deep thought. A few breaths later, he nodded. I will go all out to help. However, since that is the case, then we can't waste any more time. The faster the better. Although your Xiankong world-breaking movement talismans are not bad, there are too few changes and it is easy for people to intercept you. I have a flying boat here. Its speed is no slower than the Xiankong world-breaking movement talisman. Chapter 807. I have a flying boat here. Its speed is no slower than the Xiankong world-breaking movement talisman. After saying this, he frowned and looked towards Zhong Shou. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were asking. Was he going to bring this random person along? Yi Feishuang hesitated and took in a deep breath. Brother Zhong, this matter has nothing to do with you. This trip to the first Dragon Hall is really dangerous. It isn't like the third Dragon Hall where the restrictions are weaker. Why don't Brother Zhong leave? Her words were really tactful, but her intention to chase him away was obvious. Zhong Shou himself didn't care. At most, he would just follow from behind. With their methods, they wouldn't be able to escape from his control. Not to mention other things, just for Yi Feiyan, he wouldn't let them succeed. Yi Feiyan didn't want to, still hugging Zhong Shou's hand tightly, her lips pouting. No, Brother Zhong Shou has to go too. Since Brother Zhuya can go, then why can't Brother Shou go too? Her tone was really firm and there was no room for doubt. Yi Feishuang's brow furrowed and was about to persuade her. Yi Feiyan said, "If Brother Zhong Shou leaves now, what if he meets those bad people? Sister, did you forget that he saved our lives in the past? Since there are benefits in the Dragon Hall, then all the more we can't abandon him." When Zhong Shou heard this, his heart felt warm and he felt really weird. These two sisters, Yi Feishuang, who always needed someone to take care of them, were really smart. In case news of the Dragon Hall was leaked, it was okay for someone like him to be with the two sisters. If he left alone, he was destined to be killed. Yi Feishuang held her breath and then she was deep in thought. Looking at Zhuya Hongji, she didn't know what to say. In the end, Zhuya Hongji took the initiative to move. My boat is really big. Actually, it is okay for Brother Zhong to follow. Just now, I only asked because the journey is dangerous. Since Sister Feiyan wants to, then let's follow you. This place is dangerous and we can't delay. Let's talk about it once we board. With that, Zhuya Hongji flung his sleeve. A boat flew over from afar. Then, he wrapped them up with his magic power and brought them into the giant ship. The hull of the ship swayed in the air, and a shadow of light flashed as it sped off into the distance. It was actually a peak magical treasure. When he went all out, as expected, it was just a little slower than the Xiankong world-breaking escape talisman. However, even though he said that the ship was huge, it was still several times smaller than Zhong Shou's Royal Demon Divine Shuttle. It was only 3,000 feet long, and was divided into several layers. There were hundreds of rooms. It was like a small palace with luxurious decorations. Zhuya Hongji was steering the boat at the front. Yi Feishuang was also there, accompanying him as he chatted. Zhong Shou boarded the ship but was forcefully dragged by Yi Feiyan to the back deck of the giant ship. Only when they reached here did Yi Feiyan release her hand and sit by the railing. Looking at the void behind them, as well as the wake created by the giant boat, Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Her face was frowning like a bitter gourd, filled with worry. Zhong Shouxin walked over and sat down beside her. He then asked curiously, "This young Master Zhuya, how did you two sisters meet?" "A year ago, Sister and I went to the 9 Extreme World to get something. Brother Zhuya was there, and said that he fell in love with Sister at first sight. Then, he helped us a lot. After a few times, we became familiar with each other." Yi Feiyan said leisurely, her expression was really calm. "Sister said that he is really straightforward and reliable. He seemed really tempted but didn't agree." Zhong Shou listened on quietly and then smiled. "That is a good thing. Even if there are God Realm cultivators, they might not be able to catch up. Why are you frowning?" This Zhuya Hongji was born with a body full of good looks. His skin was like jade, and he was indeed very charming. "I don't believe that Brother Shou can't see it." Yi Feiyan scoffed angrily, however. She unknowingly cast a spell. It tugged at the jade pendant hanging on her waist, disturbing the sound patterns on this side. When their voices spread out 3 feet, it was already noise. At this moment, it also cut off the spiritual sense of others. Yi Feiyan was like a little girl in love, leaning close to Zhongsho. She muttered softly like she was saying words of love that she didn't want others to hear. Her expression was really shy and her actions were really natural. Although I don't have evidence, I feel that he isn't a good person. Moreover, isn't it too much of a coincidence this time? Is Yu Kanyang really such an easy person to talk to? Why does sister trust him so much? Zhongsho nodded his head to show that he understood. Thinking to himself, was this the intuition of a woman? How terrifying! However, in terms of coincidence, he was even more coincidental than Jia Hongji. Actually, it wasn't that Yi Feishuang didn't notice anything suspicious. However, at this moment, she had no other choice. If she took a gamble, she might have a chance to live. If she didn't, she would die together with him. Zhuya Hongji's last few sentences were completely controlled by his words. Since they were going to the Dragon Hall, then they had to let this person follow them. Since the other party had already lent a helping hand, how could he have the nerve to let this person take such a huge risk and make a wasted trip? At this moment, she was both accompanying them and also monitoring them. This woman was like a porcupine. She wrapped herself up with numerous spikes and looked around warily. If he wanted to hold her in his hands would first be pierced by these sharp spikes. Oh, Feishuang was still cuter. Although she was pure, she could discern the warmth and coldness of a person's heart. I know that sister has no choice, but I still feel uneasy, Yi Feiyan said and raised her head, using her pitiful eyes to look towards Zhongsho. I am sorry for just now. I am worried that Jia young master has bad intentions. Maybe someone will deal with Brother Shou, so I pulled you up. Don't blame me. Why would I? Zhongsho pinched her nose and then asked curiously, then, what are you prepared to do now? I will take it one step at a time. Yi Feiyan clenched her small fists and said seriously, as long as we enter the Dragon Hall and use the restrictions there, they won't be able to do anything to us. At most, we will hide there for decades and not come out. So, that is the case. Zhongsho nearly burst out laughing. If that Zhuya Hongji would let these two sisters have their way, then that would be great. Why didn't you think about asking me to help you? Who knows, maybe like before, I would just need 1 or 2 swords to slay all of them. Yi Feiyan was stunned, shifting her body away and looking up and down at Zhongsho. She then covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Brother Shou, you are pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. If I didn't know your ability, I would really think that your cultivation is average. If other people saw you, they wouldn't be able to imagine that your sword skills would be so high. Zhongsho smiled and nodded his head. As expected, this girl had good eyes. Then Yi Feiyan sighed, however, that Yu Kenyang is already intermediate celestial realm. I heard that his sword path is about to touch the peak of the soul realm. That Zhuya Hongji is even stronger than him. She knew that Zhongsho's sword skills were indeed high in the cloud world. However, only a few years had passed since the two of them parted. At that time, Zhongsho's cultivation was only grade 8. A few years later, at most, he would be spirit realm, or even intermediate spirit realm. However, so what? He definitely wouldn't be the opponent of Yu Kanyang and Zhuya Hongji. The difference of a realm was like that of heaven and earth, something that couldn't be crossed. She asked curiously, I forgot to ask, why are you here? Was it like what sister said, that you were chased out of the cloud world by the Taoist faction? That Taoist faction loves to bully people, and is really annoying. When Zhongsho heard this, he was speechless and sighed. He didn't keep the royal demon god shuttle, and released the blue fire Xian turtle to save time. As expected, it was a huge mistake. If he had this celestial realm protector beast to help him out, how would things end up like this? With its mutated god-beast body, be it Yu Kanyang or Zhuya Hongji, they would have to go around it and avoid it. If he was annoyed, he would directly charge over, and that would be enough for the two of them. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhongsho's eyes suddenly focused as he looked into the distance. In the next instant, he saw a few strong auras chase over from behind. They gave off a huge aura, their blade shadows were like rainbows. They charged towards the giant boat. As for Zhuya Hongji, he laughed out loud. You are still 3,000 breaths away and you dare to attack from a distance and try to stop me? The few of you are underestimating my Zhuya separation hook. The hook flashed and drew in the air. Not only did it slice those few streaks of energy into pieces, it also used the power of the energy to increase the speed of the giant boat. Following this, there would be blade shadows and spells that descended here. Zhuya Hongji still didn't fear, one hook slashing the void and one shattering. The giant boat's speed didn't decrease at all, until they smashed into an area where their spiritual sense was unable to reach outside of the boat. Shuang Ocean? Zhong Shou looked around. What he saw was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. However, Zhong Shou knew that all around were exploding space fissures. It was endless, but it contained a huge amount of power. If they weren't careful, they would be ripped to shreds by the power of this space. Brother Zhong is knowledgeable, it is indeed Shuang Ocean. The one who spoke was Zhuya Hongji. Unknowingly, he had walked in from the front of the deck into this place. His eyes were filled with confidence as he looked behind the boat. Now that we are here, those people won't be able to find us. Yi Feishuang's expression also became much more relaxed. In this Shuang Ocean, spiritual sense definitely wouldn't be able to reach in. Otherwise, they would be ripped to shreds by the space power here and their souls would be injured. Even God Realm experts would be the same. They were pretty much out of danger here. The chances of them catching up had been reduced by half. She bowed towards Zhuya Hongji gratefully. Thank you, young Master Hongji. If not for you, little Han and I wouldn't know what to do. I have nothing to thank you with, but the first Dragon Hall has many treasures, so I might not disappoint you. There was a hint of guilt in his words, as if he was ashamed of doubting Zhuya Hongji. Chapter 808. There was a hint of guilt in his words, as if he was ashamed of doubting Zhuya Hongji. If he really had a plan against the two of them, he definitely wouldn't have entered this Shuang Ocean. Zhuya Hongji sensed something and waved his hand magnanimously. It is okay. This is normal. If I were you, I would do the same. As for the instant space dragon hall in the cloud world, I wasn't pretentious and was indeed a little curious. It would be great if I could get some good luck. However, if he wanted to thank her, he would be annoyed. Why do we have to do this between us? Feishuang, don't you know my intentions? Yi Feishuang smiled and didn't reply. Her watery eyes glanced at Zhong Shou with an unknown meaning. Then, she sighed and turned around to leave. Zhong Shou's lips twitched and he shook his head and didn't say a word. When the two of them left, he had an idea. It was the dragon blood on his arm that had started to move again. Ao-kun? Why isn't this fellow resting up? Why did he waste his essence energy to contact me? Zhong Shou was filled with doubt. He guessed that after Ao-kun was badly injured, he wouldn't have gone too far. He should have been nearby. I forgot. This fellow is also from the Instant Space Dragon race. Since this concerns the Instant Space Dragon Hall, how could he be a bystander? However, could it be that Ao-kun is able to know the situation here from thousands of worlds away? He only felt that it was unbelievable. Zhong Shou tried to sense the spiritual sense that Ao-kun sent over. Who knows if it was because he was badly injured or because his cultivation wasn't as good as Long Ying's. When they were on Dragon Gathering Mountain, Long Ying could speak to him from 10,000 worlds away. The dragon blood that Ao-kun left only passed down a talisman. There was only one talisman, but after it was unlocked, it contained a few sentences. There were two meanings. The first was unexpected, but it was to break away from Zhong Shou and take care of Feishuang and Feiyan. The second one was a unique ice hornless dragon that could rush over at any time. Zhong Shou did not mind. He had already made up his mind. Even without Ao-kun's request, he would not stand by and do nothing. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Zhuya Hongji first drove the giant boat out of the Shuang Sea. Then, under Yi Feishuang's guidance, they traveled through the void. It seemed like Yi Feishuang was also unable to confirm the exact location of the Instant Space Dragon Hall. They could only search the various world rivers and spirit rivers. The two of them still couldn't find the exact location. Instead, it was Zhong Shou who vaguely found traces of the Dragon Palace through the connection between the Thunder-Winged Dragon and Ao Kuan's dragon blood. Is it the Xian Tsang world? So it's here. Thinking back to the past, there was an ancient end realm in the Cloud World who seemed to have formed his Tao in Xuanzang World. Then, without hesitation, he charged back into the Cloud World. Although they were nowhere to be found in the end, they caused numerous alien races to die, and they had no choice but to retreat from the Cloud World. If this Instant Space Dragon Hall had something to do with that end realm, then this Dragon Hall was definitely hidden in a secret realm. In the next instant, they heard Yi Feishuang exclaim in joy. Found it! Zhong Shou looked out when he heard that, only to see Yi Feishuang standing at the side of the boat. His eyes were filled with joy as he looked to the side. However, then he looked around warily. Dozens of talismans shot out and spread out in all directions. It caused many spiritual patterns to shake and spread 100,000 miles of space. Zhuya Hongji smiled when he saw that. Don't worry, I have already checked. There is no one else here. Yi Feishuang didn't notice anything and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he carefully took out a compass that was carved with the shape of a dragon and recited a spell. Then, a ball of spiritual light wrapped up the giant boat. In just a moment, a weird power charged over from the void. It sucked the flying boat into the distance. In just a moment, the boat passed through an invisible barrier and entered a special space. The expressions of the four people were all dazzled and bewitched. They saw that in front of them was a world with numerous stars. There were many colors, numerous rainbow lights intersecting and shining. It was really beautiful. Feishuang was slightly distracted and then she came back to her senses. Behind him, there was a faint smile on his face as he pointed at a huge palace floating in the air not far away. The scale was comparable to the third Dragon Hall. It was also 2 times bigger. That is the Instant Space Dragon Hall. This hall hasn't been opened for 10,000 years. As long as there is Instant Space Dragon blood as a sacrifice, the doors can be opened. Hearing about you really can't compare to meeting you in person. Zhuya Hongji nodded his head. A weird glow flashed in his eyes before he calmed down once more. Then, he laughed. It was like he couldn't suppress his laughter, and it became louder and louder. He spread out his spiritual sense and spread 1,000 miles. So, it is here, within Xuanzang World. It really took me so much effort to find it. I spent so much effort. Yi Feiyan felt that something wasn't right away. Her face was ashen white as she grabbed Zhong Shou's shoulder, her fingernails nearly digging into his flesh. Yi Feishuang's face was ashen white, but she forced out a smile. Young Master Hongji, what do you mean by that? It means that I spent so much effort to find this place. Zhuya Hongji shook his head and the laughter finally stopped. Miss Feishuang, from start to finish you have been wary of me, so how would you not know? Yi Feishuang laughed when she heard that. As expected, none of your words were true. To think that I really believed you just now. That might not be the case. When I said that I fell in love with you at first sight, I wasn't lying at all. It was the same for your sister. Unfortunately, she didn't have any feelings for me, so I could only use some methods. Coincidentally, I had to get this Instant Space Dragon Hall. Zhuya Hongji said and waved his hand. Since you all have found it, then you can show yourselves. Everyone, please remember the promise you made earlier. The moment he said this, the space was instantly ripped open. The first to appear was the cruel sun sword Saint Yu Kanyang. Of course, I remember this year's deal. I can increase the price by 10%. He walked in confidently and smiled. I will let the two of you know. This Juya Hongji is one of the 9 hall heads of Juelong's celestial region. Zhong Shou's brow rose up when he heard that. He looked at Juya Hongji. Juelong's celestial region had a close relationship with Juelong's city of the cloud world? Juya Hongji smiled and didn't speak. Yi Feishuang and Yi Feishuang's bodies shook as they stared furiously at Juya Hongji. Before this, I was only angry, but now I am filled with hatred. Zhu Yasi played the lead in this play with good intentions and patience. The second one to appear was a monk in a black kasaya. For these 2 girls, he was actually willing to wait for 2 full years. No wonder Juelong's celestial region has so many talents but still has Juya Hongji. Master Kuimo is right. The person who replied was the third. He wore a golden robe and was around 40 years old. On the clothes there was the symbol of the Tianfang Cultivation Guild, the symbol of the Tianfang Cultivation Guild. However, didn't Cultivator Zhuya prepare to take down these 2 girls after entering the palace? Why did you choose this place? Cultivator Kunran, I have no choice. These 2 women were quick-witted, and their suspicions were hard to resolve. If I follow them in, not only will I not be able to find out the secrets within, but there will also be more variables and risk. In that case, it would have been better to join forces with all of you right from the start and attack with full force. Just as the few of them spoke, several more people stepped in. They were all really magnanimous and had extraordinary appearances. This is a good plan. The 9th person who appeared was a cold and solemn person. He wasn't from the night demon race, but he had wings on his back. His entire body was filled with muscles. Although he was in human form, he looked more like a beast. He looked at the ship with interest. I am interested in these 2 girls. Is Brother Zhuya willing to part with them? Yi Feishuang's face was also ashen white. Before this, she was still hoping that she could use that last method to escape into the palace. However, at this moment, there was no hope at all in her eyes. The only thing she didn't understand was that Juya Hongji didn't do anything, so why were these people able to follow? Yi Feian bit her lips and a thread of blood flowed out. Zhong Shou asked curiously, You recognize these few people, are they very famous? Yi Feian looked at Zhong Shou expressionlessly. She really didn't understand why Zhong Shou would be in the mood to ask such a question. However, at this moment, since he knew that he was going to die anyway, then he decided to let go of everything. His tone didn't change at all. Cruel Sun Sword Saint, Bitter Demon Merchant, Tianfang Guild Kunran. There is also the martial heaven god who spoke just now. They are all world lords around Tianfang world. As for the others, to be able to stand on the same level as them, they are probably top celestial realm experts. After the martial heaven god, there were no more intermediate celestial realm experts. Dozens of normal initial celestial realm cultivators and dozens of spirit realm experts. Juya Hongji smiled. I am really tempted by these 2 women. Why does Brother Wu have to fight with a junior like me? If you like dragon girls, my Juelong celestial domain will definitely help you find one. Martial Heaven God laughed, his eyes flashing, and then he nodded his head. Then we will do as you say. Just be quick. Also, this palace needs instant space dragon blood to open. There are many treasures in this hall. We will follow our agreement and rely on our luck to help you get that item. Save it. Juya Hongji said flatly, and then took out an item from his waist. He casually tossed it aside. 10,000 world soul entangling incense. I think Miss Feishuang doesn't recognize this item. Feishuang, you also heard what I said just now. I need to borrow your dragon blood. He smiled as he looked at the few of them. As for Zhong Shou, he didn't care. He didn't care about him at all. This pitiful bug could be crushed to death with just one finger. The moment he said this, he felt that one of his subordinates behind him was acting weird. Turning around, he saw that this person's face was unusually ashen white. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked towards Zhong Shou. He couldn't help but feel weird. This person was a subordinate he had called back from the cloud world. He was in charge of Juelong City, and was a true elite of Juelong's celestial region. Why was it like this? He asked curiously. Why is it like this? Do you recognize this person? That person's face was really ugly as he slightly nodded his head. How could he not recognize this person? Cloud World Gantian country ruler, Blood Sword Monster Lord Zhong Shou. A few months ago, he personally saw this person kill several celestial realm experts when he was going through his tribulation. Chapter 8:10. That person's expression was really ugly as he nodded his head slightly. How could he not recognize this person? Cloud World Gantian country ruler, Blood Sword Monster Lord Zhong Shou. A few months ago, he personally saw this person kill several celestial realm experts when he was going through his tribulation. Zhong Shou was delighted when he heard this. So he wasn't really a nameless person. This person also came from the cloud world? That was interesting. Blood Sword Monster Lord? Zhuya Hongji's brow rose up, his eyes filled with surprise. Before this, he looked down on Zhong Shou, who knew that this fellow actually had some skill. To be able to make his subordinate react like that, his strength was definitely not simple. He laughed and asked with interest, "How is your cultivation? You must be really famous in the cloud world?" However, he didn't notice that when he said Blood Sword Monster Lord, the people who were shocked were shocked. Among the 100 or so people gathered here, the expressions of more than 10 people changed drastically. Their cultivations weren't high, only Realm 2. However, there were 1 or 2 Celestial Realm cultivators who seemed to have thought about something, their faces turned ashen white. The Spirit Realm expert who spoke just now had a bitter expression on his face. Not only is he famous, but he is invincible in the cloud world. 2 months ago, when he was going through his tribulation, he used King Path martial arts to cast flying knife techniques and killed 4 Celestial Realm experts. The first sentence wasn't much. Invincible in a world that depended on which world he was in. The cloud world's spiritual wave had just risen, so what if he was invincible in a world? No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? When they heard the last sentence, their expressions turned serious. He killed them when he was going through his tribulation. In other words, when most of his strength was restricted by the tribulation lightning, he still had the ability to kill celestial realm experts. Then, after he went through his tribulation, how strong was he? Only the words, King Path martial arts, made him feel slightly at ease. This Zhong Shou actually used the strength of a country to kill celestial realm experts. In this Xuansong world, far away from the country, he might not be able to do that. Zhong Shou was still smiling, his killing intent becoming stronger and stronger. The 7-cycle Xiantong full restriction was unlocked one by one. This allowed one's true yuan and soul power to not be restricted. Among the many celestial realm cultivators, one person suddenly stepped out and bowed towards Zhong Shou with a solemn expression. "I am only here because of Zhuya Hongji's invitation." Coincidentally, he was greedy for the instant space dragon hall, which was why he agreed to help him. He didn't participate in anything and had no grievances with the 2 ladies. If he had known beforehand that the monarch was here, he would definitely not have come. "I wonder if your majesty will allow me to leave this place?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 other immortal realm cultivators followed closely behind him with strange expressions on their faces. Zhong Shou clasped his hands. Although they didn't say anything, they had the same intention. They were asking Zhong Shou if they could leave. Zhuya Hongji's face was ashen. He didn't expect that just the words Blood Sword Monster Lord would cause the 3 experts he spent so much effort to invite to back off. Even in front of him was the first Dragon Palace, which was said to have countless treasures. He was still like this, not caring at all. Li Fengfei. These 3 words were pretty much squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth, filled with a sinister and cold aura. Li Fengfei didn't care at all, shaking his head. 2 months ago, I made a trip to the cloud world and was fortunate enough to witness the monarch's battle. If Palace Head Zhuya wants to blame me, then I will accept it. Those who are good at protecting themselves should act according to the situation. Fei Shuang and Feiyan's cherry lips opened wide, unable to close. Their eyes were filled with shock. What did this fellow beside them do? Why did he just say his name and make the 3 celestial realm cultivators want to back off? It seemed like whether or not they could leave this place today would depend on Zhong Shou's intentions. What was going on? They felt lost in their hearts, however. There was a little more life in their eyes that were filled with despair. Zhong Shou glanced at this celestial realm cultivator surnamedly. To be able to judge the situation and protect himself, this person was quite interesting. Thinking about it seriously, he said flatly, since the Instant Space Dragon Hall doesn't allow outsiders to enter, then all of you can stay here. Then, all of you can just look on from the side. Once I deal with these people, all of you can go in and get some benefits. He knew that this Instant Space Dragon Hall was similar to the 3rd Dragon Hall. One person definitely wouldn't be able to sweep it clean. When he couldn't eat alone, Zhong Shou was always easy to talk to. It was rare for someone to respect him so much. In front of these 2 brats, it gave Zhong Shou a lot of face. Naturally, he didn't mind returning the favor. Getting benefits from this Instant Space Dragon Hall would also prevent these people from talking nonsense after they left. Li Fengfei was delighted when he heard this. After bowing, he wanted to back off. At this moment, Kumo's eyes were filled with annoyance. The Buddhist staff in his hand caused countless spiritual storms to swirl around him for no reason. The 9 tin rings on the Buddhist staff were also constantly shaking, making clanging sound. Deal with us? What arrogance! Invincible in the cloud world. I want to see what ability you, Blood Sword Monster Lord, has. You dare to be so arrogant? Instantly, several streaks of golden light spread all around. It looked bright and majestic, no different from a Buddhist light. Within, there were Sanskrit chants spreading out. However, just as it got close to Zhong Shou, the golden light gave out cries. Then, numerous black gas spread out from within. The golden light was unable to get close to Zhong Shou, but Yi Feishuang and Yi Feiyan couldn't take it. Threads of golden light entered their bodies. Their expressions were pained and then excited. An alluring red flush appeared on their faces. They gritted their teeth and tried their best to hold on. Heart Demon Soul Charming Technique? Zhong Shou didn't help the 2 sisters to expel the golden light. The experience of resisting this heart demon was actually beneficial to the 2 of them. They just needed to defend and not let them lose their mind. As for himself, no evil could enter his body. Even if he did, he would be able to kill it with his sword. He was the natural counter of these demons and monsters. It is the evil demon Buddhist technique. As Master Ku Emo spoke, his expression became unsightly. This secret technique had been tried and tested thousands of times. Who knows how many cultivators died under the attacks of the heart demon Buddhist technique. However, at this moment, it didn't affect Zhong Shou at all. All the evil soul demon Buddhas that he raised would melt the moment they got close to his body. Even the abilities of the inner demons around him were greatly suppressed. If not, these 2 girls who were only at peak heaven realm definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. With a cold snort, Master Ku Mo's Buddhist staff shook again, and his mouth muttered something. Along with the Sanskrit chants, balls of Buddhist light shone behind him. Many golden Buddha statues appeared, giving off a majestic aura. 30 Buddha shadows appeared, their heaven eyes opened in the center of their foreheads as they stared coldly at Zhong Shou. Then, numerous giant Buddha hands formed in the air. They pressed down towards Zhong Shou. Almost every hand contained a kind of law divine ability. Yu Kanyang smiled when he saw the situation. What a Kasyapa Buddha unlimited technique. I haven't seen you for 2 years and you died at the hands of Brother Kumo. Now there are 3 more. It seems like Brother Kumo's cultivation has improved once more. Although he said that, he was already prepared to help. He felt that this Zong show was really weird. For some reason, maybe because of the 3 people who backed out, he felt a little uneasy. The sooner he dealt with it, the better. The others all had smiles on their faces. They all knew a little about the foundation of this secret technique. It required one to kill cultivators of the same level, extract their primordial souls, and refine them. Only then would one be able to form this Buddha and grasp part of their fighting techniques and divine abilities. It was very impressive. The bigger the Buddha that was formed, the stronger power was. It was said that it could reach up to 3,000. The light was vast, unlimited, and endless. Few people in the same grade could compare to it. Fei Shuang and Feiyan panicked once more. Facing the giant Buddha hands that slapped over, they felt like they couldn't move at all. Not only were they unable to raise any thoughts of fighting back, they couldn't even think about escaping. At this moment, they could only wait to die. Coincidentally, one could see that Yu Kanyang's sword was also slashing over. The sword radiance transformed and then turned into half of the setting sun. It pretty much swallowed up Zong Shou's body. As for the other celestial realm experts, they didn't make a sound and attacked one after another. They didn't hesitate to go all out. Their eyes were filled with sadness. They had just seen a bit of hope, but in the blink of an eye, they fell into the abyss. Yi Feishuang's heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles as she gritted her teeth. The sadness in her heart was unable to be shown on her face. That's right. She shouldn't have had such thoughts. She only dragged down Zong. Her thoughts suddenly stopped because at this moment, she couldn't think about it anymore. Her eyes opened wide as she looked forward, only to see a bright silver light slide out from Zong Shou's sleeves. It went against the golden Buddhist light and headed right for Kumo. It was really nimble. When it accelerated to its maximum speed, it was so fast that it couldn't be seen. Even the 30 Buddha hands were unable to block it. It went against the flow, following which a blood flower exploded out from Kumo's brow. As for the black-clothed old monk, his face was filled with shock and confusion, as well as disbelief and bewilderment. In the end, it turned into intense unwillingness as he stared furiously at Zong Shou. However, that vast aura finally started to collapse. The true essence on the blade exploded, causing Kumo's head and soul to be smashed into pieces. Just at this moment, the moment he died, the 30 Buddha phantoms and the countless Buddha hands were all defeated. Before they touched Zong Shou's body, they had already broken into pieces. They turned into balls of vengeful demons, charging and fleeing in all directions. They seemed to be terrified of Zong Shou's aura. Even the evil demon souls that entered Feiyan and Feishuang's bodies were the same. They didn't dare to attack when the 2 goddesses weren't defending. This change happened in just an instant. It caused the bodies of everyone present to freeze up, unable to speak. In just the blink of an eye, Kumo, who was worthy of being called the strongest among them, had already fallen under that silver blade light. Disbelief and shock mixed together, causing everyone to be slightly absent-minded. Li Fengfei in the distance sighed. As expected, she looked at the people in front of her with a pitiful gaze. It was this flying knife technique again. 6 God flying knife. When the knife is used, even gods and Buddhas can't block it, much less Kumo. Chapter 8:11. This is the master of a world? What a disappointment! Zong Shou reached out with his mind and took out the nameless sword. With a casual slash, the Kanyang sword light along with the various blade energies and spells were all shattered. He stared coldly at cruel sun sword Saint Yu Kanyang. You are called Yu Kanyang? Just a celestial realm, and you dare to call yourself a sword saint? Aren't you ashamed? Being stared at by samurai, Yu Kanyang felt like his heart was about to explode as it jumped intensely. He only felt the intent crush over, smashing his remnant sun's sword intent into pieces. He couldn't help but go crazy. What kind of person was this? Just this spiritual sense suppression made him feel like he couldn't take it? It totally suppressed his peak soul realm sword intent. This was just spirit realm? What a joke. Blood sword monster lord, invincible in the cloud world? How was this person strong to such an extent? No wonder Li Fengfei would retreat. Although there were many people here, in front of such a person, they had no chance at all. Pretty much without even thinking, Yu Canyang didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. The magical treasure behind him gave off a spiritual light and was about to tear open the space. However, in the next moment, he heard Zhong Shou scoff coldly. "Do you think you can come and go as you wish in front of me?" Yu Canyang scoffed coldly and continued forwards, stepping out of the Dragon Hall space. The other few people did the same, decisively retreating. However, after a short moment, those people returned to where they were originally standing. They exchanged glances with one another, their expressions instantly became really ugly. Yu Canyang's heart sunk, 4 words flashed across his mind, space folding. He didn't forcefully stop it. Instead, he twisted space. It caused the few of them to return to their original spots. For this person to have such a remarkable ability, his mastery of spacetime was close to perfection. Coincidentally, at this moment, a sword light was like a dragon, like lightning as it slashed down. Yu Canyang also instinctively swung his sword. In his haste, many incomplete suns flew up to meet the attack. However, in front of that sword light it was extremely weak. The blazing sun, which seemed to be majestic and powerful, shattered upon contact. A loud clang resounded through the void. The cruel sun sword in Yu Canyang's hand was still held horizontally in front of him. His entire body was riddled with holes. Even the treasure behind him trembled. The dozens of spirit realm cultivators all fell out. Fortunately, they did not die, but blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and their faces were ashen. Zhong Shou had no intention of holding back. With another slash, he chopped off Yu Canyang's head. Unfortunately, this person's swordsmanship is actually not bad. If you block it seriously, you should be able to block my 3 swords. He failed to escape and was caught off guard. After that, he lost control of his mind and his will dissipated. This was why just 1 sword was able to heavily injure his physical body and soul, causing him to be on the verge of death. Yi Feishuang and Yi Feishuang were stunned. This cruel sun sword saint, who they feared and hid in the celestial world for several months, died just like that? Such a person who ruled a world, was actually just not bad in Zhong Shou's eyes? However, this person was indeed only able to block 1 sword from Zhong Shou, 2 swords, and he died. A few dozen breaths ago, Zhuya Hongji's face was just a little ugly, but he didn't lose his mind. Now, he was filled with fear and shock. He was totally unable to accept the scenes in front of him. Kumo was dead, the cruel sun sword saint was also killed in 2 swords. He originally didn't care about the Feishuang and Yi Feishuang as he could capture them easily. With the addition of Zhong Shou, this unlucky person, he didn't care much and thought that he could casually kill him. However, at this moment the situation had suddenly reversed. So it turned out that they were the real ants. In the eyes of Zhong Shou, he was just a clown. However, in the end, he was still a cultivator. In just an instant, he had already reacted. Fellow cultivators, we probably won't be able to escape today. If we work together, we might have a chance. Zhuya Hongji said this, but he also did this. The separation hook slashed out with all his strength, bringing with it the determination to not retreat as it slashed down. Slaying evil separation hook. Today, he was going to kill Zhong Shou, this evil demon. He didn't believe that even with dozens of experts of this world working together, they wouldn't have a chance to survive. No matter how strong the flying knife technique was, it could only kill 1 person. The other celestial realm cultivators didn't need Jia Hongji to instruct them, they either used spells or directly slashed down with their weapons. In the blink of an eye, this space was covered in a spiritual energy storm. Numerous cracks spread out in the void. The 13 celestial realm cultivators worked together, and the other spirit realm cultivators didn't sit still and watch. All of a sudden, it was like tens of thousands of spells had descended here. Yi Feishuang and Yi Feiyan's hearts jumped. However, this time they didn't feel any fear. They instinctively felt that as long as this man was here, they would be fine. Zhong Shou felt his head hurt. Looking at the huge aura in front of him, even he felt a chill in his heart. Since he couldn't take it head-on, then he could only avoid it. Just as he was about to bring the 2 women behind him to back off. However, he had an idea and thought back to that turtle. Then, his lips curled up once more. Those 2 shields nearly caused me to go bankrupt. This is the time for you to use your strength. With a thought, Zhong Shou tossed the turtle out from his sleeves. The blue fire Xian turtle was originally sleeping in the spirit beast bag. Now that it appeared, it felt extreme danger. It instantly opened its eyes and looked forward. Then, it didn't hesitate to place the 2 shields in front of its body. It spread out 6,000 feet to protect its entire body. Then, numerous pieces of Xian ice formed outside the shields. Then, there was a series of clanging sounds as ice shards flew all about. Especially when the evil slaying hook slashed onto the shields, the sound was the clearest. A moment later, these voices suddenly stopped. Blue Fire Xian Turtle, a celestial realm god beast. It actually has Xuanwu body protecting energy. Who knows who said those words, but it caused all around to be deathly silent. Jia Hongji's handsome face was devoid of blood. His evil slaying hook, which was said to be able to break everything, was only able to break the ice layer. He went all out, but it didn't even leave a mark on the 2 shields. They couldn't beat it, but when everyone worked together, they still couldn't do anything to it. This Zhong Shou could actually make such a celestial beast yield? Also, where did that shield come from? Seeing that there was no movement in front of it, the Xian turtle stretched out its huge head. It looked around and after realizing that it was perfectly fine, it gleefully waved the giant shield around. Naturally, the 3 people on the tortoise's back were exposed once again. As expected, they were perfectly fine, their bodies didn't move at all. It's already over? Little Gold and Hanshi flew out from Zhong Shou's sleeves. The former directly turned into Zhong Shou. It was fully formed, just that it was a size smaller. Hanshi brought the 18-guard silver ants and danced in the air. He was too lazy to attack those spirit realm cultivators. He could only let these protector spirit beasts do it for him. It could also train these little fellows in battle. Just as he was about to attack, Kuan Ran bowed. Tianfang Guild Kuan Ran greets country ruler Zhong. Just like fellow Taoist Li, I was bewitched by Jia Hongji to come here. I know that I am in the wrong, so please give face to the celestial order and show mercy. If we offended the 2 of you, our Tianfang Guild will compensate and thank you with huge gift. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted when he heard that. This person's words were really respectful. However, his words were pretty much all about Tianfang Guild. It was obvious that he still had his own identity and was also trying to threaten him. He broke out into a laugh. Tianfang Guild? What does that have to do with me? Now that you know you are in the wrong, then what were you doing before? A silver light flew out, buffed by spacetime technique. In just a flash, it pierced into Kuan Ran's brow. Using Tianfang Guild to threaten him, what a joke! Not to mention whether or not the Celestial Order would stick out for Kuan Ran. Even if they had such intentions, they couldn't even take care of themselves, so how would they bother about other things? Even if they came, they wouldn't fear anything. After killing this person, Zhong Shou looked at the other person who was said to be the master of a world. You are called Martial Heaven God? What a weird name. Yi Feiyan only felt that her mood was unprecedentedly good. Looking at these people who had once threatened and forced them into a corner, falling one by one to Zhong Shou's hands, she felt really good. Without the threat of life and death, a smile appeared on her face once more as she mocked. No, he called himself martial god in Feishing world. Then, he wanted the people of that realm to worship him and respect him alone. Thus, he had the name Martial Heaven God. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh when he heard that. Martial God? In the cloud world, from ancient times till now, no one dared to use that name. He couldn't help but sigh. When he came to the outer region, he had the mentality of a country bumpkin entering the city. However, why did he feel that these people were the ones who were ignorant and arrogant? He nodded his head slightly. Let's hope that you can live up to your name. Martial like a god, take 3 swords from me. The martial heaven god was instantly terrified, his eyes focused and wary as he looked at the nameless sword in Zhong Shou's hand. However, Zhong Shou wasn't able to attack in time. Zhuya Hongji's face was filled with joy. It is actually young Master Han Yue. Juelong Celestial Region Zhuya Hongji welcomes young Master. When the martial heaven god heard that, he was surprised. He felt really fortunate to have escaped death. He nearly couldn't hold back and wanted to laugh out loud. He was the martial heavenly god. Since this person was here, he definitely had a god realm expert protecting him. No matter how strong this blood sword monster lord was, he wouldn't be able to do anything today. As for the rest, most of them were baffled. Only the few celestial realm cultivators who followed Yu Kanyang were filled with joy. They all bowed, "Welcome, senior brother." The moment these words were said, the space was forcefully ripped open once more. A total of 18 huge flood dragons, dragging a huge bronze chariot, rushed into the space of the Dragon Palace. Chapter 8:12. When the carriage drove over, it was covered in all sorts of clouds and neon lights. A cold and vast intent suppressed the space of the Dragon Hall. It chased away Zhong Shou's sword intent and suppressed it to a point. Zhong Shou's eyes turned cold as he looked over. Just as he was looking over, he felt his sleeves being pulled. He turned around and saw that it was Yi Feiyan. The latter's eyes were filled with uneasiness as she used her eyes to signal him to look in the direction of the Dragon Hall. Zhong Shou knew what she wanted to do. She wanted to use this chance to escape into the instant space Dragon Hall. However, his body didn't move at all. He stood on the spot and asked curiously, "Who is this young Master Mingyue?" "He is Yu Kanyang's junior brother." Yi Feishuang's voice was solemn. His father was said to have been Saint Realm for many years. He lives in Songling World's Baijua Mountain and is called the Baijua Mountain Head. He has 7,000 disciples spread across many worlds. Zhong Shou was enlightened. No wonder Yu Kanyang's subordinates would call him senior brother. A Saint Realm son was worthy of being called young master by Zhuya Hongji. Looking out once more, he saw that apart from the coachman, there was a young man on the carriage. There was a young man sitting on top of it. Like Yu Kanyang, he had a pale golden complexion and looked very handsome. There was another person sitting beside him. His gaze was cold as he scanned the area. His gaze was like a spear, causing everyone to bow down. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected, he had offended a god realm cultivator. Without hesitation, he crushed a star shining talisman in his sleeves. Who knew when that ice hornless dragon, Ao Kuan's lover, would arrive? At this moment, he could only ask the sect for help. He mocked himself in his heart. Was he really unlucky? He had just gotten the 3-star shining talismans for a few months and 2 of them were already broken. It seemed like the other junior nephews and junior nephews had no use for them. To ask for help every few days, didn't that mean that he was useless? The people around didn't notice at all. They were either surprised or excited. The teen on the carriage, young Master Mingyue, looked at Yu Kanyang's corpse. "In that case, my senior brother Yu has already perished?" His voice was like jade, clear and gentle. That's right, he was the one who killed them. His name is Zhong Shou, and it is said that he is the ruler of a country in the cloud world. As Zhuya Hongji spoke, he coldly glanced at Zhong Shou and Li Fengfei, who had a strange expression on his face. Zhong Shou was one thing, but he had to make sure that he died here. Li Fengfei and the other two hated him even more. You want to get away from this matter after betraying us at the last minute? This person's swordsmanship is superb, especially his flying dagger technique. Fortunately, young Master Mingyue arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have died without a burial ground today. I'm quite interested in the thing you mentioned, so I rushed over to take a look. Nodding his head slightly, young Master Mingyue looked at Zhong Shou with interest. The look in his eyes was as if he had seen a new toy. Cloud World? Monarch of a country? Was this the person? He actually has such ability? A series of words caused Zhong Shou's face to be filled with black lines. Martial Heaven God also bowed. That's right. Cultivator, you couldn't take one sword from him. Kumo and Tianfang Guild Kuan Ran also died in one knife. If it wasn't for young Master personally coming, I would have died. I can't thank you enough for saving my life. In the future, if young Master has any orders, I won't reject it. In front of Mingyue, he only used his real name. He probably knew that using the name of Martial Heaven God was a little too much of a joke. Senior brother, you also died in one sword? Young Master Mingyue didn't seem to care about what Martial Heaven God said. The teasing look in his eyes became even thicker. Logically speaking, I should take revenge for senior brother. However, Father said that anyone in the cloud world who has ability can't be offended. Even if we offend them, we should try not to kill them and make them enemies. Is that good? Today, if you are willing to be my Su Mingyue's slave, then I can spare your life. When he heard this, Zhuya's expression didn't change. Martial Heaven God's aura fluctuated slightly. Li Fengfei sighed. He wanted to open his mouth several times, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Before this, he bowed and begged. How was it because of Zhong Shou's unparalleled flying knife technique? Zhong Shou's identity was also a reason. At this moment, it was too late to say that this blood sword monster lord was the only direct disciple of End Realm Long Ying. Young Master Mingyue's words meant that they were enemies who wouldn't rest until one of them died. When it concerned their family, even End Realm Saint Venerables had to care about it. These peerless cultivators who had lived for a long time actually did not care about false reputation, but they definitely did not want their disciples to go out without any face and be trampled on by anyone. You want me to be your slave? Zhong Shou laughed. His gaze was dark and cold as he looked at Mingyue opposite him. Is that true? If I was you, I would swallow those words. In case you cause problems for your father. Those words were really a kind reminder. Long Ying had a fiery personality. Even after thousands of years of hardship, he had restrained himself. However, if he heard those words, he would definitely charge over to Songling World, Baijue Mountain. He would capture that venerable Baijue and question him. Of course, I am a man of my words. Although he said that, for some reason, Su Mingyue felt panic in his heart. Zhong Shou's words didn't have any intent to threaten or warn him. Instead, it was more of a teasing tone. Looking closely, he saw that the person opposite him had a clear gaze. His sword intent charged out of his body without fear, going up against the God realm's spiritual sense. Even if blood seeped out from the corner of his lips, he was trying his best to maintain it. His heart was firm and he didn't give in. Mingyue instantly understood and laughed coldly. Looking at you, you aren't willing. Since that is the case, then I don't mind sending you and senior brother you on a journey together. The middle-aged man beside him, who hadn't said a word, instantly understood. He casually tossed out a talisman which melted in mid-air. Inside, thousands of crimson needle shadows rained down like torrential rain, sharp and ferocious. The blue fire Xian turtle saw that the situation wasn't good and instinctively opened up its two giant shields. Xian ice formed to block the red needles. The Xian ice shattered. The Xian turtle's body was forced back by the huge impact. A moment later, the needles dissipated. The giant shield was perfectly fine, but the blue fire Xian turtle appeared dispirited. It was obvious that it couldn't hold on anymore. The middle-aged man was surprised, and then his eyes lit up. Blue fire Xian turtle, what a magical treasure! What a Xuanwu body protecting energy! He thought about it seriously and then stopped, saying gently, "Young man, if you are willing to give this turtle to my young master, I will give it to you. I, Su Rang, can make the decision to let you leave." Zhong Shou looked coldly at this person and didn't have any intention to bother with him. In his heart, he found it weird. The star-shining talisman shattered. However, it didn't seem to have any effect. It seemed that he had been intercepted by someone halfway. It wasn't spread out to shine the stars onto the worlds. This was a talisman that a Saint Realm Venerable used his life essence blood to write. Only a Saint Realm Venerable could block it. Who was it that did this? He couldn't ask for help. This was really tough. Did he really have to use his trump card to flee into the instant space dragon hall? However, he could only hide for a while. Who knows when that ice hornless dragon, who was half a step to End Realm, would rush over? Just as he was thinking about this, outside of the dragon hall, he heard a voice. A majestic voice spread out from afar. "Young master? Who dares to call themselves young master in front of my Lu family, young master? You are just a servant of the Su family. You offended my master today. Do you want your Su family to be wiped out? If you are smart, you should kill yourself to apologize. In case your Baiju mountain is dragged down." A person arrived along with the voice. He wore a purple robe and on his right chest was a pale white flame. He said flatly, but his tone was unquestionable. When this person arrived, Su Rang's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was shocked as he looked at the person who came. The purple-robed person entered with a huge aura. Behind him followed a carriage, which was pulled by 9 spirit realm fire phoenixes. The entire body of the carriage was made from an unknown Xian-grade purple spiritual iron, giving off a noble aura. Apart from the coachman, there was no one else. There were 40 servants who followed at the side. Men and women, none of them were below celestial realm. Their gazes towards Zhong Shou were a little weird. There was ecstasy, gratification, peace of mind, guilt, reverence, and fanaticism. They all followed the purple-gold-robed middle-aged man to the front of Zhong Shou. They all knelt down and bowed. "We are old servants. Today, we are here to welcome young master back to the palace. Young master, please board the carriage." Zhong Shou frowned and looked at the people in front of him speechlessly. Zhong Shou was once a young master and now, he was the king of a country. How did he become a young master? He didn't recognize any of these people. What was going on? Su Rang seemed to be heavily injured and was about to fall. He grabbed the carriage railing and barely managed to stabilize his body. He asked with a dry voice, "Young master? Which family's young master?" The purple-gold-robed man with the azure flame mark on his chest scoffed coldly when he heard this. "Which family can it be? To be able to make me, the Xianyan Hall head Fengjue, bow to him. Naturally he is the young master of my sky-burning Lu family, the future ruler of the 800 worlds." The moment he said this, the hundreds of people in the Dragon Hall were devoid of color. Zhuya Hongji felt an explosion in his mind and he couldn't think anymore. Zhong Shou himself also understood in his astonishment. So these people were from the Lu family in the same world, not far away from the Dragon Hall space. An old man who was meditating in the sky opened his eyes. He cast his gaze toward the wondrous space in the distance that had been under the surveillance of his spiritual sense this entire time. Then, he sighed with a complicated expression. They are finally going to act? Little Mrs. Old subordinates are actually all gathered here. Speaking of which, the Tsangyan God Hall is already under his control? His personality is still the same as before, swift and decisive, seizing every moment. He hesitated. If young master agrees to return to the Liu family, then should I help him or look on coldly from the side? Although he still remembered the instructions from back then, his heart was still burning with passion. If young master was willing to fight, the sky-burning Liu family wouldn't fall into the hands of others. What a difficult situation! Chapter 8:14. Within the small and narrow world, beside the lake on the floating island. Ao-kun was frozen in ice and couldn't move at all. He could only use his spiritual sense to sense the chess game in front of him. In just a moment, a white shadow appeared beside him. "Why are you back so quickly?" Ao-kun's face was filled with shock. Unfortunately, he was blind and couldn't see Ao-yi's expression. "Did something happen?" "Yes, there is no need to go over." Ao-yi walked behind Ao-kun. When her hand touched the Xian ice, all the layers of ice melted away. People from Tsangyan Saint Hall have interfered. That new hall head is really amazing. He is just initial Saint Realm, and he managed to stop me halfway. Tsangyan Saint Hall, Liu family? Ao-kun's brow rose up. The sky-burning Liu family had 6 Saint Halls. Tsangyan Saint Hall was one of them. Naturally, he wouldn't think that Ao-yi wasn't the opponent of that Tsangyan Saint Hall head. Most probably because she wanted to heal him, she was worried and wasn't willing to fight and damage her essence chi. Threads of cold dragon power injected into his body. It was cold but not icy. Instead, it felt really comfortable. It caused him to forcefully circulate the destruction method, causing his injuries to recover bit by bit. After recuperating from his injuries for several months, Ao-yi had personally pulled him back bit by bit from the brink of death. 3 days ago, his consciousness was still in a state where it could disappear at any moment. Today, he was able to speak as he pleased. "Naturally, it is the Liu family. I heard that your brother is a blood descendant of the Liu family, the son of the only daughter of the Liu family? This new Tsangyan Saint Hall head is called Fangjuan. He was his mother's servant." She said expressionlessly, but a weird expression appeared in Ao-yi's eyes. "I think that this person won't harm your brother. Since it involves his family matters, I didn't bother. I think that Fangjue is scheming and wants your brother to fight for the Liu family head position." "Oh? The head of the Liu clan?" Ao-kun's expression was filled with disbelief. Then, he seemed to have comprehended something. "Speaking of which, my sworn brother really does have the qualifications to do so. As long as he returned to the Liu clan, how many of the Liu clan's disciples could compete with him? However, that fellow probably won't be willing. He wasn't even willing to care about the foundations of Gantian Mountain that his father had passed down. Why would he take the initiative to step into the Liu family's quagmire at this time? The sky-burning Liu family had long surpassed the 800 world. Their strength could be ranked in the top 3 in this region. With just the strength of a single family, they were able to suppress all the clans in this region. They were definitely strong. They were, without a doubt, the noblest surname and one of the most powerful powers in this region. However, although this clan was powerful, there were also many internal disputes. If Zhong Shou were to get involved, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy and go through a lot of risks to reach the top of the pyramid. Otherwise, he would be caught by the countless undercurrents in the Liu family. Crushed into powder. This didn't match with what that fellow had been chasing. He only wanted to reach the pinnacle of the sword path and didn't care about anything else. Even if he had no choice but to rule a country, he would be able to easily deal with the administrative matters. He didn't even need the ruler to interfere. That would be even better. This was Zhong Shou's personality and what he wanted. That fellow was totally hopeless. Interesting. The old subordinate of Zhong Shou's mother was actually able to climb to the position of Tsangyan Hall head in the Lu family and take charge of one of the 6 Saint Halls. Who knows if the person in charge of the Lu family did it on purpose or not? Didn't they say that the current Lu family head was in secluded meditation? There was no reply. Ao Kun thought about it and knew that Aoe wasn't in the mood to discuss this matter. He smiled. Looking at your chess game, it is really weird. Your opponent with the black piece seems to be really bad. But why is it that, in the end, he was the one who won? Who said that he won? This person is Tsang Xingdao head Wei Su. He loves to cheat. While I wasn't here, he added 2 pieces to the board. Aoe glanced at the chessboard. In the end, she was treating Ao Kun and wasn't distracted at all. Only now did she notice that the chessboard was the same as a few months ago. Even the positions of the pieces were the same, only that there were 2 more. Following which someone asked curiously, "How did you know that I was holding the white piece?" "By the lake," Ao Kun smiled and explained, his soul sweeping across the jar with dozens of white pieces as well as the lake at the side. His expression dimmed. "That is the extreme flame true water. You have been tying yourself up in the extreme flame true water these few years, right?" Aoe kept silent and didn't reply. What else could she do? She was filled with gentleness but could only leave in sadness. Originally, she had already prepared to live in seclusion, secretly wishing that her biological sister and the person she loved could be married forever, never leaving each other, and be of one heart forever. In the end, not long after, there was a huge change. She wanted to save him, but she wasn't strong enough. She could only lock herself up here and focus on the Tao. She hoped that in the future she would be able to help. Even if she could help Ao Kun, it would be good. After a moment of silence, Aoe smiled sweetly again. "Why are you saying all this? It is good that you are out now. Ir is really happy these days." Ao Kun was stunned, and then he sighed softly. Unfortunately, his eyes were gone and he couldn't see Aoe's smile. She would definitely be extremely beautiful, even if one was a saint realm. Without eyes it would be really inconvenient. Following which he came back to his senses and thought about Zhong Shou. That fellow was probably having a huge headache now. The future head of the 800 worlds? His path was filled with thorns. Within the Dragon Hall space, Zhong Shou was still in a daze as he looked in front of him. Even if he had been through numerous storms, he would be able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. No matter what kind of changes he faced, he would be able to calmly deal with them. However, at this moment, a saint realm suddenly walked in front of him and said that he wanted to worship him as a master. He only felt that he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Lu family young master? He did have the Lu family bloodline, but he had nothing to do with the Lu family. Instead, he was their enemy. How did he have anything to do with the term young master? Yi Fei Shuang and Yi Feian behind him were both stunned. Then, their expressions turned weird. They thought to themselves, so that was the case. No wonder Zhong Shou didn't care about that young master Mingyu at all. If he was the future master of the Lu family, then be it Su Mingyu or Juelong Celestial Region. In front of him, they weren't much. After being stunned for a moment, Zhong Shou came back to his senses, his brow furrowed. "You are the head of Tsangyan Saint Hall, right? Is there something wrong with the title of young master?" His tone was cold and filled with a sense of rejection. "Please rise. I am the Deqian country ruler Zhong Shou, Zhong family race head. I have nothing to do with your Lu family. It is best if people don't misunderstand. Young master, if Miss Hanyan heard your words, she would be really sad. Don't you have the Lu family sky burning blood in your body? Or are you unwilling to admit it?" The head of Tsangyan Saint Hall smiled and didn't care at all. "My surname is Fang Ju and I have followed Old Master and Little Miss for many years. Young master, you can just call me by my name." Zhong Shou held his breath and then shook his head. "I remember that my mother is a sinner of the Lu family. Who knows where you all locked her up? No matter what, I, Zhong Shou, won't have anything to do with your Lu family." Before he could finish his sentence, the surrounding people all revealed joyous expressions. So this Zhong Shou was actually the son of the Lu family first daughter. They had also heard about the changes in the Lu family. Dozens of years ago, for some reason, the Lu family changed. The first daughter, who had a chance of inheriting the 800 worlds, was punished and locked up. The power of the current Lu family head was also greatly weakened because of this. It was said that in the end, he even went into secluded meditation and stopped bothering about world matters. Since he was the son of a sinner, then naturally, the relationship between Zhong Shou and the Lu family wasn't what they had imagined. The so-called young master was most probably an old subordinate of that woman. It was just a private title and couldn't be treated as true. However, he was just an illegitimate child, so there was no need to care. They all relaxed. As long as they didn't truly offend the Lu family, then after today, there might be room for negotiation. However, Zhong Shou's voice was interrupted by Fang Jue. "Young master, since I am the Tsangyan Hall head, then I should follow the rules. When I do things, I should follow the rules. How can I be so willful? How would I dare to call myself the young master of the Lu family?" Lowering his head, Fang Jue's lips curled up. "However, it is no wonder that young master doesn't know. Half a month ago, our Lu family Central Committee had already listed your name into the Ancestral Hall and the Direct Bloodline Register. Out of the 37, your bloodline is ranked 13th. 4 days from now, it will be the time for our Lu family to worship our ancestors. Not long later, this matter will spread across the various worlds." After he said this, the entire Dragon Hall was instantly deathly silent. Until there was a loud clang, only to hear young Master Mingyu's hand slip and the handle in her hand was smashed into pieces. The heir that the Lu family recognized was totally different from what the old subordinates of Lu Hanyan called him. If he was listed in the Direct Bloodline Register, even if he couldn't fight for the position of head of the Lu family, he would still be the head of dozens of worlds. Different from the cruel Sun Sword Saint, who was the head of a world, he was a middle world with rich resources. No matter how much the Lu family fought, they shared honor and humiliation with the outside world. They definitely wouldn't allow others to bully and humiliate them. He felt his heart go numb and endless fear surged into his heart. His heart felt like it was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He had never felt so regretful in his life. Why did he think about making a trip over? Why did he help these people? Why did he have such a bad mouth? If all of this didn't happen, then nothing would have happened. Even that God Realm cultivator Su Rang's face was ashen white. He couldn't hold up his body anymore and sat down paralyzed. His eyes were stunned like he was thinking about something. Everyone looked at the two of them and then shifted their gazes away. Apart from Li Fengfei and the others, most of them didn't show any pity and didn't bother about them. That was because they were all in similar situations. Even the 100 Extreme Su family was like that, much less them. Chapter 8:15. Zhong Shou squinted and looked closely at Fang Jue. Then, he shook his head. "Adding my name into your Lu family name list is your Lu family matter, and has nothing to do with me. I also didn't agree to it. Moreover, that is Lu Shou and not Zhong Shou." Although he didn't know the situation of the Lu family, just from the 30-odd successors and the rumors, he knew that the Lu family was in a mess. Even if this might be the Lu family's way of raising Gu, allowing the juniors to fight to choose the one with the right to inherit the Lu family. 10,000 years later, the Lu family not only didn't fall, but instead became even stronger. Zhong Shou had no intention of stepping into this whirlpool. Moreover, if he wanted to change his surname, whether or not his father would kill him was another matter. As long as he had enough strength to make the Lu family compromise and release his mother, he would be satisfied. At this moment, he saw hope. Song Xingdao, Long Ying. Although it was far from enough to make the Lu family yield, it was enough to restrict them. That day wouldn't be too far away. Fangjue seemed to have expected that. His voice was expressionless. Since things have reached such a stage, no matter if young master agrees or not, you are already our young master. What has already happened won't change at all. In this region, be it friends or enemies of the Lu family, they will only know that young master is the direct bloodline of the Lu family, the future master. What he meant was that Zhong Shou's thoughts weren't important and couldn't change anything. Zhong Shoxin was unhappy. Why did he feel like he was forcing himself on him? He also didn't like being so passive and being forced by others. He also felt helpless. Facing such a person, he really had no way to deal with him. Speaking of which, why did he have to argue with this person? Didn't he find it inappropriate when he saw the dozens of people kneeling in front of him? Thinking about this, Zhong Shou couldn't help but rub his temples with a headache. Get up first before we speak. Fangjue smiled when he heard this. This time, he didn't reject and stood up. Looking at Zhong Shou, his gaze was similar to the people behind him, filled with complicated emotions. Ever since Miss gave birth to you, she has never met you, but she loves you deeply. If he knew about your current situation, he would definitely be extremely gratified. Zhong Shou was slightly moved as he looked at Fangjue. Apart from Zhong Weiran, this was the first time he heard someone who was familiar with his parents talk about his mother. Yes, how could she not love him? He had heard a little about the Lu clan's rules. Under such circumstances, they still insisted on giving birth to him. How could she be an ordinary woman? He had never seen his mother before, nor did he have any memories of her, but he could feel the warmth of his mother. Following which Fangjue said, Fangjue served Miss for 70 years. The entire Fang family has received Mrs. Kindness. In Fangjue's life, the most painful thing was when little Miss was being blamed, but he was unable to do anything. Now, he was fortunate enough to become a hall master. I will definitely do my best to let young master take control of the Lu family and take back everything that belongs to young Miss. If those words from before made him feel touched, those words made him speechless. However, since he was the Tsangyan hall head, one of the 6 hall heads, maybe he knew where his mother was? How is my mother now? Thinking about it, he asked. Zhong Shou stared right at Fangjue. Where is she now? She is being punished in the 9 extreme death jail. Fangjue replied without hesitation, saying expressionlessly, This is where my Lu family punishes the criminals. 1 world, 9 layers and she is locked up. Legend has it that the 9th layer is like hell. Once one enters, even if one is a God realm cultivator, they won't be able to take the natural torture and will die in 3 to 5 years. There are very few who survive. Unless one relies on external help, they won't be able to leave. When little Miss was punished, she was only at heaven realm. In the 9 extreme death jail, even if old master sent people to take care of her, she would still be tortured. When he said this, he suddenly thought about something. Fangjue said, A few days ago, a God realm cultivator charged in and caused a huge ruckus. After that, no one knew where he went. It was unknown if he had entered the 9 extreme death prison or if he had left. Some people said that he was your father, Zhong Weiran. Who knows if that is true? Zhong Shou's pupils constricted and then returned to normal. 9 extreme death jail? Once one enters, one really can't leave? That's not it. Fangjue shook his head. Unless one has the purest sky burning blood of the Lu family or is even stronger. However, such a bloodline hasn't appeared in the Lu family for many generations. Even your mother didn't have it. Or maybe there is someone outside of the death jail to receive her. However, it was said that the 9 extreme death jail was formed by the spiritual sense of an end realm true ancestor. This was why no one in 10,000 years was able to escape from the 9 extreme death jail. Zhong Shou nodded his head in deep thought. In other words, if he wanted to save her, He had to take the risk of angering an End Realm expert. Fangjue said, "There is another plan which is for young master to truly take control of our sky-burning Lu family." Zhong Shou glanced at him with a cold gaze. Then, he saw that the dozens of Lu family people behind him all had heated gazes, filled with desire and anticipation. Instantly, he held his breath. These people were his mother, loyal servants. He had no right to scold them, and also didn't have the heart to do so. He could only wave his sleeves to express his unhappiness. "I said that the Lu family matter has nothing to do with me." Unless he had no choice, he definitely wasn't willing to be the head of the 800 worlds. Fighting for power, bloodlines killing one another, wasn't that annoying? After saying this, Zhong Shou stepped on the turtle's back. He drove the blue fire Xian turtle towards the third god hall. Since the Tsangyan hall head was here, then he didn't need to worry about this matter. Naturally, Fangjue would deal with it properly. Fei Shuang and Feiyan's matters could also be solved by him. This instant space dragon hall doesn't allow outsiders to enter. If you want anything, just go and take it. As he said this, Zhong Shou grabbed towards Zhuya Hongji. The latter was shocked and wanted to resist. However, he felt the energy around him being broken layer by layer. Right as he was about to use the separation hook, Zhong Shou's sword was already beside him. Under the sword intense suppression, he was unable to wave the hook in his hand. The two of them were a realm apart, but he couldn't resist at all. He was grabbed by the hand that Zhong Shou formed in midair. He was like a child in the hands of a giant, extremely weak and unable to resist at all. So, young master's sword path has reached the sword intent spirit realm. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Su Rang's suppression. Even if this person attacked, young master would be able to safely retreat into the instant space dragon hall. Just now I was a little too nosy. When Fangjue saw this, he instantly laughed out loud. He was filled with unspeakable joy. If old master comes out and learns about young master, who knows how surprised he would be. As for this third dragon hall, forget about it. My sky-burning Lu family has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Before the cloud world was opened, we had already ruled hundreds of worlds. Our treasures are only above those of the 4 dragon palaces. Although the items within the instant space dragon hall weren't broken, they weren't rare either. If young master likes them, just take them. I think those instant space dragon race won't dare to say anything to our Lu family. When they heard the words sword intent spirit realm, everyone in the space looked at Zhong Shou like they had seen a ghost. When one cultivated to the soul realm, one already had the right to try for the god realm. Especially the people behind Fangjue, most of them were really knowledgeable. When Fangjue reminded them, they sensed the profoundness of Zhong Shou's sword intent. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, but they were also overjoyed at the unexpected good news. Following which Fangjue smiled. If young master wants to question why this person came, Fangjue knows a thing or two about it. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, the instant space dragon race copied the book of Ian Extreme Life. They gathered the various treasures of the cloud world to craft a universe light hall for their disciples to cultivate. However, 10,000 years ago, something happened and their holy land was forcefully broken. The instant space dragon race was helpless and could only send this first dragon hall out of the region to avoid the calamity and preserve their strength. However, in that battle, the people who participated all died. With that, this legacy dragon hall was totally lost. Even that universe light hall was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Shou was stunned and then scoffed coldly. When he used the sword just now, he had actually covered it up. With the spirit realm sword intent as the core, what appeared on the outside was the peak of the soul realm. Who knew that Fangjue would still be able to see through it? However, could it be that the universal light hall that this person spoke of really existed? What was the use of copying the book of Ian Extreme Life? After knowing the reason, The captured Juya Hongji was no longer of any use. Zhong Shou casually tossed him aside and looked towards Feiyan and Feishuang with a questioning gaze. He was asking whether or not the two of them should personally deal with this Juya Hongji in his hands. The two of them shook their heads, their expressions were still a little stunned. It was like they hadn't come back to their senses from his identity as the Lu family young master. Zhong Shou didn't ask any more, casually slicing off Juya Hongji's head. Such a person, a hall head in Juelong's celestial region, was as simple as killing a chicken or a dog to him. Until the blue fire Xian turtle arrived in front of the dragon hall. Only then did Feiyan and Feishuang come back to their senses. They instantly flew up and started to unlock the restrictions. They separated their wrists and used the dragon blood to break the restrictions. Just at this moment, Li Fengfei smiled bitterly and bowed towards Zhong Shou. "Your Highness, please save us." Zhong Shou was stunned and looked over, only to see that Li Fengfei's face was filled with worry and begging. The other two didn't understand at first, but then their expressions changed and they bowed in unison. Zhong Shou didn't understand at first, he didn't think about taking the lives of the two of them. If it wasn't him, then, he turned around and looked at Fangjue. The Tsangyan Palace master chuckled. Fangjue won't let anyone who saw young master attack live. Chapter 8:16. The Tsangyan Palace master chuckled and said, Fangjue won't spare anyone who saw young master attack just now. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with decisiveness and decisiveness. It caused the faces of the hundreds of people here to turn ashen white. It seems like young master isn't willing to attract the attention of those few people from the Lu family and even implicate your friends and family into Qian? Grasping sword spirit realm sword intent at initial spirit realm. There is no one in the Lu family. If they knew, all the Lu family disciples who had the right to be family head would see young master as their number one enemy. Since young master isn't willing to inherit the Lu family, then just to be safe, it is best to kill all of you here. Zhong Shou's expression changed. He originally didn't care about the life and death of these people. Even if Fangjue came, he would kill them all and didn't care much about it. Only at this moment did he realize how dangerous his situation was. A thought flashed across his mind. Who was the one who listed him in the Lu family bloodline register? It couldn't have been because they were bored. Was it Fangjue? The Six Flame Saint Hall was controlled by the Lu family outer race and was the core of the outer powers of the Lu family, ruling numerous experts. He heard that each hall had 3 to 5 Saint Realm experts in charge. But could it be that the palace master had such influence? Controlling the Lu family successor and the direct bloodline register? He felt like there was a huge scheme hidden within. Also, these people here deserved to die. They could endanger his friends and family in Deqian, so he couldn't let them live. However, he had personally promised Li Fengfei and the other two that he would let them live. He frowned and was thinking about how to deal with them. Li Fengfei suddenly opened his mouth. Does ruler lack a helper in your country? I am not talented, but I am willing to make a blood oath to serve ruler from now on. The eyes of the other two lit up and they followed. We also have the same thoughts and are willing to follow ruler. If we have any thoughts of betrayal, we won't be able to pass the God realm tribulation. The moment these words were said, Fangjue's cold intent retreated like a wave and didn't affect the three of them. That murderous gaze also shifted away. They instantly relaxed. They knew that the Tsangyan Palace master had let them off. Fangju no longer bothered with Li Fengfei and the others. He extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. Then, he directly plucked off the martial heavenly god's head. Then, he casually tossed it aside. A mere peasant dares to call himself a martial god. How ignorant of his abilities! Then he looked at Su Rang on the carriage. I told you to kill yourself just now. Have you thought it through? Su Rang's face turned pale. In the end, he let out a sigh. Under Su Mingyue's fearful and disbelieving gaze, he suddenly bowed in the carriage. "It's our fault for offending you today. Palace Venerate, please do not take your anger out on my 100 Extremes mountain." Fangjue nodded slightly. "Sure. Although you have offended my master, I pity you for not knowing, so your punishment can be reduced. You are the only one to be blamed for what happened today. However, whether or not it will implicate your 100 Extremes mountain will depend on what you, the young lord, and that old man Su say." Su Rang was startled and then heaved a sigh of relief. He said flatly, "My old master has many children, he is not the only one. It is okay if he dies." After he finished, he didn't speak anymore and just sat there quietly. Then, a deathly blue light spread out from the center of his brows. It was really beautiful and beautiful. Fangjue's gaze didn't look at this person anymore. He knew that Su Rang's soul had dissipated. His body looked perfectly fine like a living person, but his life force was gone. He grinned and revealed his white teeth towards Su Mingyu. "Su Rang is already dead, so what are you going to do? You dare to let my young master be your servant? You Mingyu, how bold!" Under the suppression of Fangjue's intent, Su Mingyu bled from his 7 orifices and his face was devoid of color. Especially what Su Rang said before he killed himself. It was like a heavy hammer smashing into his heart. At this moment, he was really calm. He stood up and adjusted his clothes before bowing. "Nephew Su Mingyue greets Palace Head Fang. My father served the Lu family 1,700 years ago. Speaking of which, he is also a subject of Palace Head. Why is there a need to harm our relationship today? My words offended young master and I am willing to be punished. I am willing to be your servant to pay for my sins. As for young master's sword path, I—" Before he finished, Fangjue laughed. "You think someone like you is worthy to be young master's servant?" He still stretched out his hand and mercilessly grabbed at the air. Su Mingyue's expression changed and the necklace on his chest suddenly exploded. Instantly, balls of purple frost sword light shot out from within. He went all out to block. It actually caused Fangjue to be unable to grab it. Fangjue wasn't surprised. How could someone of such status not have a final protective item? The giant palm formed in mid-air tightened its grip. Bit by bit, it suppressed and forced. It caused the sword light to slowly show signs of dissipating. Just at this moment, a voice spread out from the necklace. "Which cultivator wants to kill my son? Please show mercy. No matter what it is, we can discuss it." When Fangjue heard this, he laughed out loud. "Old man Su, if you want your son, then you won't have a chance. In the future, there won't be your Tsongling World Baijue Mountain." That voice kept silent and then laughed. "So it is Palace Head Fang. Since you want his life, then just take it. He actually offended Palace Head. He really deserves to die." Instantly, all the purple frost sword light was retracted. That giant hand slapped down and Su Mingyue's body was smashed into meat paste. Blood scattered all about, causing the hearts of the people here to shake. As expected, this Baijue mountain head didn't care about Su Mingyue's life. Zhong Shou shook his head slightly as he looked on from afar. He thought to himself, why did this Su Mingyue do this? Even without Fangjue, he would still end up in a tragic state. He was also shocked and didn't expect this at all. Who would have thought that the Lu clan would have such influence in the outer realm? Just one Tsongyan Palace head was able to make a Saint Realm expert who had cultivated for many years swallow his anger and suck up to him. He originally thought that he had overestimated the strength of the sky-burning Lu family. However, looking at it today, he still underestimated them. Before this, he saw some hope of forcing the Lu family to release his mother. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this hope had become really small and really far away. Going up against those 800 worlds, numerous experts. What kind of strength was needed? Unless it was the future God Emperor who was invincible in the universe, the master of millions of worlds, did he really have to go to the World War land? Or even more simply, to inherit the sky-burning Lu family? He only felt millions of worries rise up in his heart. Then, it slowly turned into 4 words, 9 extreme death jail. At this moment, his strength wasn't enough, so it was best if he bore with it. However, once he was prepared, he had to head to the 9 extreme death jail. Who knew if Zhong Weiran had successfully saved his mother? Was he also trapped in the death prison? Anyways, he remembered this name. He wasn't willing to bother about this matter anymore. Coincidentally, Feiyan and Feishuang had already opened the gates. Zhong Shou walked in without any intentions of staying. Today, since Fangjue arrived, he fell into the rhythm of this person. It was really annoying. He also felt like he had been schemed against by this person. The blue fire Xian turtle, Little Gold, and Hanshi all followed closely behind. When Li Fengfei and the other 2 saw this, they followed closely behind, not daring to fall behind at all. Even if they knew that Fangjue didn't want to kill them, they still weren't willing to stay here for even a moment longer. Who knew whether or not this Tsangyan Palace head would change his mind? He entered the Instant Space Dragon Hall, only to see that this place was similar to the 3rd Dragon Hall, a giant hall. In the center of the hall, there was also a statue of the absolute beginning dragon. Zhong Shou looked around, only to see that there were many exquisite carvings all around. The bricks on the ground were made of cloud-pattern gold. Not only was it bright and shiny, but it was also beautiful and elegant. Some decorative metals were worth no less than the Black Xian Purple Hero iron. He couldn't help but be distracted, muttering, "Is the Lu family really so rich?" They were so rich that they didn't even care about these priceless items. The Lu family is indeed the richest in this region. When Li Fengfei heard this, he couldn't help but smile. The sky-burning Lu family isn't famous for their sky-burning blood but their way of management. Often, a poor world would have plenty of resources under their control for thousands of years. They definitely wouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Over tens of thousands of years, their treasures might not be rich. However, if they wanted something, they could get it at any time. Even cultivators could borrow it as long as they promised to repay it. However, this was also because the Lu family was strong and no one dared to target their foundations. After explaining, Li Fengfei added, "However, after all, this Instant Space Dragon Hall is something from when the Cloud World was at its peak. It would be a lie to say that the Tsangyan Palace head doesn't care. It is only because the Lu family and the Dragon Palaces have an agreement that they can't offend one another. This Instant Space Dragon Hall can be considered the territory of the dragon race." Only then did Zhong Shou understand. So, those words before were just Fangjue bragging. It wasn't that he didn't want it but that he couldn't enter. Xiao Jin and Hanshi were both dazed at this moment. They stared blankly at the spiritual iron and mystic gold around them, almost drooling. However, they knew that the restrictions here were really tight, which was why the 2 of them only looked on in anticipation and didn't dare to move their mouth. For some reason, Zhong Shou's mood recovered a little. He smiled as he continued to walk towards the back of the hall. The items here couldn't be touched, and they weren't too precious. Based on the experience of the 3rd Dragon Hall, the treasures of the Instant Space Dragon race were most probably hidden in their legacy area. While traveling in the air, Zhong Shou expressionlessly asked the 3 people behind him, "My Deqian country is small and we are poor in finances. Temporarily, we can't support the 3 of you. If you aren't willing, we can forget about what we said before. You just need to swear that you won't speak, and you can leave on your own." Li Fengfei's expression turned serious. Who knew whether or not Zhong Shou's words were sincere or just probing? He shook his head. "Ruler doesn't need to do that. Although I had no choice just now, it was also intentional." Chapter 8:17. Purposely? Samurai turned his head with a weird expression, totally not knowing what was going on. Although the spiritual wave had risen in the cloud world, many minds had appeared in Donglin and Huizhou. However, after all, De Qian couldn't be compared to those few factions or Taishang and had deep accumulations. Moreover, providing for the Blood Cloud Cavalry and that army consumed too much of Gantian Mountain's resources. One must know that before the spiritual wave, even Taoist faction disciples above Spirit Realm had to head to the outer region world, both to search for the Tao and also to obtain more mind stones and spiritual items to use for cultivation. At this moment, De Qian indeed couldn't afford to raise the three of them. However, Li Fengfei actually told him that it was okay, which surprised him. I still have some savings these few years. Li Fengfei smiled and explained, I won't hide it from the ruler. People like us are limited by our talent. Although we still have a lot of lifespan, we still have a long lifespan. Although we have a lot of lifespan, to improve further is as tough as ascending to the heavens. Since normal methods are useless, we can only find other methods. Rather than having no hope of dying, why not become a luck cultivator and use ruler's prosperity to cultivate? Luck cultivator? Zhong Shou squinted his eyes and understood. He knew of one person who was a luck cultivator. It was the Taishang Grand Teacher Zhongshuan. He was originally a Taoist faction disciple, but for some reason, he became a Grand Teacher in Taishang. His cultivation also reached the peak of God Realm in a short 100 years. Actually, the helpers of Gantian Mountain were in a similar situation. However, have you all thought about the dangers within? If one is swept up in the battle for country fate, there is a risk of dying at any moment. If De Qian is wiped out, we will all die together. These words weren't just words to scare him. Out of the 20 over grade 9 and Spirit Realm helpers he recruited, 9 had died in the battle with the Taoist faction, close to a third. Of course, I have thought about it. Li Fengfei's face was solemn, however. I don't care much about life and death. I just want to walk further on the Tao path. If one day I can reach End Realm, that would be even better. If he couldn't, he would have more confidence when he had the chance to reincarnate in the future. Actually, it's not just me. The two people behind me also have the same idea. As his voice fell, a green-robed man behind him also bowed solemnly. Han Ming greets the monarch. Just like what Old Li said, we are serving the monarch with all our hearts and souls. The other person also smiled and said, I am Guli. He was not good at deceiving others. The reason why he submitted was because he thought highly of the ruler. Be it the disciple of Saint Venerable Chang Ing or the invincible blood sword monster lord, they both had a bright future. Has Juanshang not heard of the saying, the flight of a cyan fly is no more than a few martial arts, but the tail of a steed can reach 1,000 li? I am willing to be a cyan fly and follow you. As long as there's a chance to take another step forward, I'm willing to die for it. Zhong Shou was silent. He had looked down on these three people today. At this moment they all gave him a very strange feeling. Be it Li Fengfei, Han Ming, or Guli, they were all people who feared death. However, what they feared wasn't death itself but that before they died, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the Tao and witness the foundations of the Tao. Be it comprehension or talents, they weren't as good as him but they were all using their own methods to chase the peak of the Tao. He couldn't help but mock himself. Zhong Shou, ah Zhong Shou, you are blessed by the heavens. Not only did you have the Book of Ian, but you also had decades of knowledge from your last life. How could you be weaker than these few people? Forget it. Let's follow your wishes. He agreed. At this moment, De Qian did indeed need experts to take charge. These three intermediate celestial realm experts were all really strong. If they were in De Qian, they would be able to scare off many small fries. Walking in front of the four of them were Fei Shuang and Feiyan. Although they had never come to this instant space dragon hall, after entering, who knows if it was because of the bloodline legacy or because of other reasons, The two girls seemed to be very familiar with the Dragon Palace. They led the few of them in like they were really familiar with the place. Along the way, Xiao Chen easily dodged the many restrictions and talismans, or he easily broke them. However, they were a little distracted, their ears perking up to listen to what the few people behind them were saying. They thought that the reason why Li Fengfei and the other two were willing to serve Zhong Shou was because that fellow was already the Lu family young master. However, the words that followed caused them to be stunned. They actually didn't mention the huge sky-burning Lu family. Instead, they had high hopes for Zhong Shou himself. It seemed like Zhong Shou's small country in the cloud world not only didn't die, but it had become really famous. Invincible in the cloud world? Blood Sword Monster Lord? What happened in the cloud world? The two of them seemed to have missed something? That gate was worried because of Zhong Shou's identity. At this moment, hearing the few of them speak, they weren't sure. They had a stomach full of questions, but they could only suppress them. A moment later, they passed through the passageways that were too huge for the human race. Finally, a giant courtyard appeared in front of their eyes. It wasn't appropriate to say that it was a courtyard. It was more like a vast plains. On the opposite side, there was a huge mountain with countless caves on top of it. Who knew how many 100,000 feet tall it was? They could see some long-winged dragons dancing around it. What shocked them the most was that everything in front of them was normal. However, they could sense it clearly with their spiritual sense. This world wasn't as calm as it looked on the surface. Numerous spacetime vibrations were occurring, either folding, twisting, collapsing, or being born. Every breath, every 10 feet there were different changes. This is the legacy land of the instant space dragon race. Yi Feishuang's sharp chin rose up, her tone was filled with pride and also reminiscence. The so-called instant space dragon race, after Spirit Realm, had to enter the first dragon hall to cultivate. It was said that the more profound the spacetime technique one grasped, the more benefits one would get in the dragon hall. If one could walk to the peak, one could cultivate in the Universe Light Hall for 10 years. She continued, however, that was 10,000 years ago when there was a God Realm instant dragon in charge. When the first dragon hall disappeared, the Universe Light Hall wasn't completed yet. Who knows how it is now? Her tone was sad. Who knows if she was feeling sad about the weakness of the instant space dragon race, or because of Jia Hongji's betrayal. Zhong Shou squinted and then smiled. Do you want me to protect the two of you? Speaking of which, what are the two of you looking for here? Yi Feishuang scoffed and didn't bother, saying expressionlessly, I don't know the details of the formation here. Luckily, there is no danger to your life. If you can advance, you can be teleported out of the Dragon Hall. You don't have dragon blood in your bodies and are restricted by the formation, much more than us. However, it is best to be careful. After saying this, she pulled Yi Feiyan, who was about to speak to Zhong Shou, and walked forwards. A few steps later, they were nowhere to be seen. Zhong Shou shook his head and knew that the two girls were teleported away by the formation. At this moment, who knew where they went? Looking at the peak, a bright glow shone in Samuraim's eyes. Universe Light Hall? He subconsciously felt that this incomplete celestial treasure would definitely be of great help to him. Without hesitating, Zhong Shou stepped out. Then, he felt a huge space-time power wrap around him and teleport him into the distance. Zhong Shou didn't resist, retracting his spiritual power and allowing the formation to teleport him. He watched the changes in the surroundings with great interest. When everything stopped, Zhong Shou noticed that he was already standing at the foot of the mountain. Interesting. This is the space-time technique that the instant space dragon race grasps? Zhong Shou flicked his finger, causing the space within half a mile to ripple. It is actually 15 minutes later. Just now, when his body was teleported, he felt that it was just an instant. However, when he compared it, he noticed that a full 15 minutes had passed in the world in front of him. If it wasn't for him being good at this Tao, he might not have been able to sense it. Zhong Shou was delighted. Luckily, he had read the 4th page of the Book of Ian, otherwise, he would have been totally confused when he saw the changes in the formation. At this moment, he was able to see through all the mysteries and verify them. There were many things that he didn't understand that he didn't have to doubt anymore because he had seen proof. This feeling was just too amazing. He looked at the giant mountain in front of him. Zhong Shoxin thought that he was lucky and continued to step up. This time, he didn't allow the formation to move but instead suppressed it. He changed all the talismans around, either breaking or suppressing them, not allowing them to move at all. He also focused on comprehending the various spacetime laws. He was like a sponge absorbing water, absorbing everything that he could touch into his body. In just a moment, Zhong Shou had an idea. He extended his hand forward, and a moment later, he pulled out an item from the seemingly empty space. It was a bag with dozens of crisp and juicy fruits inside. Zhong Shou didn't recognize it. In his memory, he also couldn't find any records of this item. However, that lightning-winged dragon drilled out. Its 2 dragon eyes looked at the fruits with slight hesitation. It swallowed one and chewed it into pieces. Instantly, a sweet fragrance spread all about. The smell was really tempting. Then, Little Gold and Xiari were all drawn out. They were all gluttonous and each swallowed one. Zhong Shou was curious and tried to pick one up. He took a bite and, as expected, it was really sweet and delicious. Unfortunately, it melted in his mouth, and before he could taste anything, it melted in his mouth. In the next moment, he frowned. He felt that the true qi and soul sense in his body that was purposely suppressed had some movement. Especially the essence energy in his body, which was greatly nourished. A clear energy seeped into his body along with his soul. It was like mercury spilling onto the ground, seizing every opportunity to roll down. It caused his body to turn cold and his thoughts to become sharp and clear. Consolidating and strengthening the soul, fixing the foundations? So, it is the cloud desolate era essence, Saint Green Ming fruit. Zhong Shou had only heard of the name of such a spiritual item and didn't know what it looked like. He only knew that this item was beneficial to both humans and beasts. It could nourish one's foundations, and the weaker one's cultivation was, the greater the benefits. However, as his Tao foundations were perfect, the Green Ming energy within it couldn't seep in at all. This was why out of the 5 beasts here, he received the least benefits. However, with the Green Ming energy cleansing, some of the weaknesses in his Tao foundations were revealed. He didn't bother about the bitter gazes of Little Gold and Xiari as he roared and swept 5 of them into his sleeves. This instant space dragon race is really creative. Chapter 8:18. Along the way, Zhong Shou obtained several spiritual treasures from the Instant Space Spiritual Hall. There were natural spiritual fruits similar to the essence Saint Green Ming fruit, as well as various artifacts and weapons. They were all hidden in the void and covered by numerous talismans. If one wanted to walk on this mountain, one had to be good at spacetime technique. To notice these things, one also had to have some attainments in this area. Along the way, the talismans went from shallow to deep, like they were teaching him. To say that this was the legacy land of the dragon race was true. No matter how bad one's comprehension was, one would be able to comprehend the abilities of the instant space dragon race. The rewards were these things. Most of them were spiritual fruits and the like. As they were heavily sealed, even after 10,000 years, they were still perfectly preserved and fresh. Zhong Shou had no use for most of them. It wasn't that these things were useless to him. It was that his cultivation had jumped to late spirit realm, and he was trying his best to suppress it. It was best if he didn't come into contact with these spiritual fruits that could strengthen one's foundations. Thus, he could only look on greedily as Little Gold and the others ate heartily at the side. They divided up all the things he had harvested. As for the tortoise, it was roaring loudly. He seemed to be very satisfied, indicating that following him was indeed a good way to eat and drink. He was very happy. Zhong Shou was a little depressed. The few magical treasures that he occasionally obtained needed the dragon body or the instant space dragon race bloodline to activate. Fortunately, deciphering and comprehending the talismans here was his greatest gain on the way here. Unknowingly, he was halfway up the mountain. The space around him was still twisting and changing, trying to pull him out of this place. Zhong Shou was prepared to suppress all these changes as usual. However, just as he was about to exert strength, his heart moved slightly. He only felt that his hands were slightly hot. It's the Juntian fist armor. Zhong Shou's brow rose up and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. This pair of Wudao King's fist armor was actually burning without a flame. White flames suddenly burned on his fist. The spiritual armor reacted on its own. Could it be that there are other accessories nearby? Zhong Shou was able to contend against the immortal realm because of his dual meridian body and the unification of spirit and martial arts. Secondly, it was because of the Juntian gauntlet. This allowed him to fight against a mid-immortal realm cultivator head-on without being at a disadvantage. He had been worrying about where to find the remaining parts of the Juntian god armor. Originally, he planned to start from the primeval demon sect. Later, he found out that the number 1 demon sect only had this fist armor as a collection. After that, he lost all clues. The instant space dragon palace disappeared after Heavenly King Ran Wu died in battle. Or maybe, according to the records in the annals of history, an entire 40 outer territory saints had perished under Heavenly King Wu Dao's great heavenly fist. Invincible, the last overlord of the cloud wilderness. It was even said that the few end-realm experts didn't dare to face him head-on. The Qin Emperor unified the cloud world, and the one who chased the alien race out of the cloud world was this cloud world overlord. However, when he died, his cultivation was only at the initial level of the Saint Realm. His eyes flashed and Zhong Shou allowed the instant space restriction formation to teleport his body. A moment later, he opened his eyes, only to see an extremely large cavern. This place should be within the belly of that giant mountain. Zhong Shou looked over and he couldn't help but be moved. The entire cave was 30,000 feet wide. They were all giant dragon skeletons and they all died in all sorts of weird ways. If it wasn't for this place being beautifully decorated and the layout being similar to the dragon hall outside, he would have died. He nearly thought that this was where the tomb of the instant space dragon race was. All the large and small dragon skeletons were curled up all around, and in the center there was a tall and upright person. His face was clean and handsome, and he wore a pale golden armor. His body hadn't decomposed, and he was staring forwards in rage. Looking at the situation, it seems like they died together? Zhong Shou was shocked. There were signs of battle everywhere. Those dragon skeletons all died from heavy injuries, or a large wound, which was a ghastly sight. Some had broken spines and their bodies were unbelievably twisted. 2 enormous dragons that were either in the god realm or the sacred realm were torn apart by a tremendous force. What caused his Juntian fist armor to react was the chest armor on the teen's body. It was a ball of flame that burned furiously. However, this flame was a red flame. It wasn't the fist armor but the silver-white color that he had refined. There are actually 2 of them. One was the chest armor and the other was the arm armor. They were both made of the same material, following which Zhong Shou turned his gaze to the bottom of the teen. A line of words were written in cursive, but they were majestic and powerful. Father fought at Ting Xing Mountain and the various factions of the cloud desolate world watched on. The various races of the cloud desolate world gloated. The instant space dragon race attacked our city. Ran Wei ran out of grain and reinforcements and lost in the end. Ran Huang was lucky enough to escape. He didn't hate the alien race, He only hated the instant space dragon race for their despicable actions. He had nothing left in his life, and the various factions and races all wanted his life. This was why he was filled with vengeance and wanted to die with the instant space dragon race. Unfortunately, this battle was for naught and we were unable to wipe them out. How hateful, how regretful. Zhong Shou kept silent and then he sighed. So, this teen was the descendant of Ran Wu. To be able to kill so many strong dragon race people here. He did have the invincibility of his father. He was really clear about what happened to Ran Wu that year. In the face of desperation, he had used up all of his strength and died in the end. The entire cloud world seemed to have reached an agreement to watch him die. These instant space dragons had only themselves to blame for encountering such a calamity. However, in Zhong Shou's eyes, it wasn't wrong. When it concerned the survival of a race, no matter what methods they used, they had to. Thinking about it, the true Dragon 9 races went from being the overlords of the cloud world to being forced to leave the cloud world by the human race. How sad was that? Just as he was lamenting in his heart, Xiao Jin and the others didn't stop moving. The restrictions here were all broken due to the battle, and it was like a treasure trove that was opened up. Xiao Jin turned into a ball of liquid and spread out. Everywhere it passed, the precious metals would be destroyed. When it passed by the precious metals, it was nowhere to be seen. Hanshi and the 18 silver ants spread out and spread around the hall. Balls of silver flames rose up and burned the dragon bodies below. They turned into threads of golden Xian energy and merged into his body. The blue fire Xian turtle collected the dragon scales and hid them in its shell. Even Xiari chose carefully and swallowed 2 dragon pellet. When Zhong Shou came back to his senses, the scene in front of him was already a mess. The entire dragon hall was pretty much swept clean by these few fellows. Zhong Shou opened his mouth and wanted to say that after all, this was where the legacy of Ao Kuan's race was. At the very least, he had to leave some face for his brother. Then, he decisively kept his mouth shut and joined in. Anyways, the situation here couldn't get worse. The dragon meat was burned by Hanshi's silver flames and the scales were given to the blue fire Xian turtle. Little gold and metal in the hall were mostly eaten by little gold. As for the lightning-winged dragon, it was soaking in a ball of golden blood. It seemed like it wanted to use the power of the pure dragon blood to remove the impurities in its body. Only Xiari didn't need anything. As long as it could sniff around his body every day, it would be satisfied and happy. Zhong Shou could only collect those dragon pellets, a total of 300, as well as those dragon tendons that Hanshi couldn't burn away with the silver flames. He wasn't interested in the dragon bones. Those claws and teeth could be used to craft artifacts. As for the dragon bones, be it used to make medicine or to sell, they were all great. However, if it was the latter, Ao Kuan would probably come and kill him. It was best if he left these bones here and let them rest in peace. He reached out and patted Ran Huang's body. His body still stood tall and didn't fall. He took off the Juntian breastplate and Juntian vambrace. TSK. Another dead person's item. Although he said that, the items in his hands were undoubtedly treasures that could only be found and not sought after. Zhong Shou's hands burned with flames as he carefully purified the 2 pieces of armor. He hesitated slightly and in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation, consoling himself as he put on the chest and arm armor. The 3 pieces of armor were resonating with one another from afar. The moment Zhong Shou put it on, the joints of the armor started to buckle and lock one another. An extremely overbearing intent suddenly charged into Zhong Shoxin's spiritual sense at this moment. Like a wave sweeping over, it was like a hot knife through butter. Compared to the Avicii throne that Zhong Shou obtained, it was several times stronger. Luckily, at this moment, his heart realm cultivation was far from what it was before. After the initial defeat, He was able to gather his spiritual sense to go up against it and block it step by step. Zhong Shou frowned slightly and knew that this was left behind by the Wudao king. Just as he was about to think of a way to resolve it, he felt this strong spiritual sense retreat like a wave, disappearing without a trace. Sensing it carefully, he could still feel threads of spiritual sense remaining in the armor. Comprehension rose up in his heart. If the person who took the armor was of a bloodline of an alien race or an instant space dragon race, he would most probably be wiped out by this strike. Who knows if this was left behind by the Wudao king or this ran, clenching his fist once more. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with surprise. A pair of Juntian fist armor could double his strength. Along with this pair of armor, not only did his strength double, but it tripled. What shocked him the most was the red flames. After the three of them merged into one, the intensity was even higher than his lightning blaze thousand flash. And this armor, the moment he wore it, he felt a similar energy to the Xuanwu body protecting energy spread out around his body. It was firm and thick, even comparable to that blue fire Xian turtle. If I had these two items, even if Fang Jing rushed over, he would still be able to kill me. If he fought Su Reng, he would have a 70% chance of escaping unscathed. However, following which Zhong Shou frowned. He couldn't seem to take off this set of armor. Chapter 8:19. Outside of the Dragon Hall, the hundreds of spirit cultivators were nowhere to be seen. All that was left was an empty chariot, as well as the broken pieces of magic treasures. Fangjue stood in the air with his arms behind his back, smiling as he looked into the distance. The glow in his eyes flickered such that no one knew what he was thinking about. Beside him stood one more person. It was a teen holding a sword. There were dozens of Lu Hanyan's old subordinates, and they were all really respectful to him. Only this person stood shoulder to shoulder with him. It was like he didn't care about Fangjue's identity as a Saint Realm Venerable and his authority as the Tsangyan Hall head. I see that young master has no intention of fighting for the Lu family head position. Fangjue, it is best if your plans don't end up in vain. Oh! Fangjue was slightly surprised and then he burst out laughing. Before you came, weren't you really unwilling? Why did you suddenly care? Since I am standing here, then you have already tied me up. The young man let out a cold snort. His expression also became strange, especially his eyes which shone with a blue glow. Moreover, looking at young master, he does indeed have the talent to be the head of 800 worlds. If he can't return, even I will feel pity for the sky-burning Lu family. How can such a person be left outside? There were endless disputes within the Lu clan. Each of them formed their own cliques, and there were signs of them falling apart. In 10,000 years, due to the internal conflicts, the elites have all died. Since great senior ancestor went into seclusion to try for End Realm, there hasn't been any expansion in 3,000 years. Only such a person can rule heaven and earth and sweep away the monster aura. I didn't expect you to have such high hopes for him. Fangjue laughed. His expression was really calm. However, there is no need to worry about this matter. Let nature take its course. Let nature take its course? The teen was stunned and then he didn't understand. Let nature take its course? Only to hear Fangjue ask, if young master wants to save little miss, will he have a conflict with our Lu family? Lu Jianxian also understood with a hint and instantly understood. Then, he smiled as well. That is true. The few old antiques in the family have always placed a lot of emphasis on the family rules. Those people also won't see the day when the case of Sister Hanyan will be overturned. If he harbored such ambitions, it would most likely cause quite a stir. If he really succeeded, the entire clan would be shocked. At that time, even if young master is unwilling, the few holy venerates of our Lu clan who live in seclusion will definitely make him do so. Fangjue smiled. Actually, there is no need to wait until then. At this moment, the imperial palace is already in chaos. Is it the register of direct descendants? The young man's reaction was not bad either. His eyes narrowed dangerously. There should still be 4 days until the time of the ancestor worship. How could those people not be alarmed by such an unforeseen event? If he still doesn't know, then he wouldn't be qualified to hold the power of the Liu family. At this moment, they were probably investigating the young master's background. Even the transfer order is on its way. Fangjue said leisurely. Therefore, young master's trouble has already arrived. It's most likely going to happen in a few days. Lu Jianxian frowned. Are you not afraid of destroying the young lord? I am helpless. You don't think that I have the ability to make this happen, right? One couldn't see any helplessness on Fangjue's face. Instead, he was a little excited. However, to the young master, it might not be a bad thing. Like how spirit masters refine swords, some sword embryos aren't of much use and would break if they were slightly forged. Some sword embryos would become sharper the more they are forged. As he said this, he smiled as he looked into the air. Old friend, am I right? In the air, a dissatisfied snort could be heard. Fangjue didn't care at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. In just a moment, a golden light broke through the layers of worlds and landed in front of Fangjue. It was a purple-gold talisman. Without Fangjue taking it, it opened up on its own. It didn't cover up, but only Fangjue could see the runes within. In just a few breaths, his face was filled with a cold, mocking expression. He waved his sleeves, causing the talisman to burn without a flame. I really guessed it right. Country ruler Xianhua ordered me to move the army to accompany him to conquer Guiming world. Lu Jianxuan's face sunk. His expression was really solemn. Then, he looked into the dragon hall silently. Moving Fangjue away, was he already prepared to act? What fast movements, what ruthless methods! He wondered if this distant cousin of his would be able to survive this storm. Pretty much at the same time, within the instant space dragon hall, a pair of twin sisters who had separated from Zhong Shou not long ago stared at one another with their eyes wide open. After a moment of standstill, Yi Feishuang couldn't take it anymore and tilted her head away guiltily. She said in an annoyed tone, "Anyway, that fellow isn't a good person." However, for some reason, under Yi Feiyan's serious and determined gaze, Yi Feishuang felt short of breath. Her voice was also lacking in energy. With his ability, he could have dealt with those scum in just a few swords. Why did he have to drag it out until then? No, if he didn't wait for Zhuya Hongji, that bastard, to expose himself, you would probably still treat him as your big brother. Yi Feiyan scoffed and didn't think much of it. Moreover, from start to finish, Brother Shou didn't try to hide it. You are the one who misunderstood, but you still want to blame others. Mother said that you have to judge yourself before you judge others. Didn't we hide things from Brother Shou? Mother again? Also, he is obviously younger than you. Yi Feishuang rubbed her forehead with a headache. She noticed that she was becoming more and more helpless with her sister. A moment later, she sighed with a lonely expression. It isn't that I am unwilling, but that I have already troubled him too much. I feel that it is inappropriate to ask him for help with our matters. In the future, when we meet him, we will be lower than him. So that is the case. You are worried that Brother Shou will look down on you? Yi Feiyan covered her lips and gave out a weird smile. I don't think it is bad. If Brother Shou treats us as friends, he will naturally help. If not, or if it is inconvenient, he will reject it. There's nothing wrong with asking. It's just that you're thinking too much. Yi Feishuang's face flushed red and then she entered deep thought. Did she really need to ask Zhong Shou to help? With his current strength that could suppress celestial realm experts and his identity as the young master of the Liu family, those matters could really be easily resolved. However, was that really appropriate? Or was she thinking too much? A moment later, she shook her head. I still need to think about this matter. In her heart, she was still a little unwilling. She really didn't want to owe Zhong Shou more. As expected, I can't take it off. Within the hall that was filled with dragon bones, Zhong Shou's brows were furrowed. He thought of all sorts of methods, even letting Little Gold try to swallow this half of the Juntian flame armor, but to no avail. You fellow, who asked you to be so greedy? When I needed you, you couldn't help. Zhong Shou used his hand to viciously smack Little Gold's body, and the latter's face also revealed a wronged expression. At this moment, Little Gold had turned into a jelly state once more. As for his body, it had also grown by more than 10 times. It was even a head taller than Zhong Shou. Its body looked soft, but when Zhong Shou smacked it, he could feel that it was really hard. The recoil caused his hand to feel numb. Who knows how much spiritual iron it had swallowed? Anyways, it looked like it had eaten too much and couldn't digest it, unable to move. That little puppy ran around Little Gold. It used its claws to trample on Little Gold's body. Occasionally, it would raise its head and laugh out loud like it was gloating. In the past, Little Gold had played with this puppy so badly. Now that it could bully it back, it was naturally delighted. Zhong Shou sighed. There was nothing he could do about the Juntian flame armor on his body. Just now, he tried. Only when his spiritual sense charged into the armor to go against the remnant spiritual sense of Ranwu King, did he manage to loosen the locks on the joints. It was most probably like the Avicii throne, needing to totally wipe out the mark of the previous master to be able to truly control it. There is another way, which is to chop off my hands. I don't believe that I can't take it off. His heart was filled with hatred, hesitating whether or not to attack. Zhong Shou had an idea and focused on his hands once more. He saw that the Juntian flame armor was slowly merging into his skin. That heaven-covering flame was nowhere to be seen. Touching it with his hands, not only could he see the texture of his skin, but there was also no difference when he touched it. It was like this set of armor didn't exist. However, with a thought from Zhong Shoxin, this half set of armor appeared once more. It can actually do that? Although this armor was really simple, apart from runes, there were no other patterns or decorations. However, it had many uses. Zhong Shou didn't bother much about it. Actually, this was the only thing he could do now. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. On a whim, he only felt numerous evil intentions surging over from the void. It caused Zhong Shou to nearly suffocate. Who knows where it came from? Was it because of this Juntian flame armor? It most probably had nothing to do with that. Instead, the bloodline in his body was restless. That was the Lu family sky burning blood. Zhong Shou was startled. He finally understood. He finally understood why he felt that something wasn't right. Why did he feel like he was schemed against by Fangjue? A kid with no background and no strength. Even if he was in the Lu family direct bloodline register, he wouldn't have the right to fight with the elites of the Lu family. Those people in power in the Lu family probably wouldn't care either. However, once he had the support of his mother's old forces and the help of the Tsangyan God Hall, the meaning would be totally different. Zhong Shou couldn't help but grind his teeth. No wonder when he rejected outside of the Dragon Hall, Fangjue didn't say anything to persuade him. That was because he knew that even if Zhong Shou didn't fight, others might not let him off. This person's thoughts were really terrifying. An extreme sense of danger rose up in his heart. His background in the cloud world was something that others could easily find out. This time, if he couldn't grasp more strength before the danger arrived, he might really die. Chapter 8:21. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou tried to calm himself down. What was done, so there was no point in regretting. Like what Fangjue said, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't break away from his connection with the sky-burning Lu family. He was totally passive and had no way to break it. However, if Fang Jue was still in front of him, no matter whether or not he could beat him, Zhong Shou would still punch him. This person was just too infuriating. This person most probably did this on purpose. He was swept into this storm when Fang Jue wanted to bring his mother's old subordinates to meet him. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhong Shou gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. In the end, he sighed and looked around. Everything here had already been looted by him and his spirit pet. Apart from dragon bones, there wasn't a single valuable thing. 12,900 dragon teeth, of which more than 900 are the sharpest canine teeth. There are also 397 dragon pellets. These things were all taken from different dragon species. The highest 4 could reach Saint Realm. The lowest was above Celestial Realm. The battle here caused the instant space dragon race to suffer heavy losses, and their elites were all killed. If I can refine these dragon pellets into a treasure, I'm afraid its power would be incredible. Do I have to head to Tianfang World to find that landlord Chen? However, to craft such an artifact, even if I go bankrupt, I won't be able to afford it. Moreover, when such a top celestial artifact appears, it is easy for people to covet it. Unless I have Tsang Xingdao, that half-saint venerable, to protect me or master comes out of seclusion. Zhong Shou's lips instinctively twitched. That was basically impossible. A set of Juntian flame armor could allow Ranwu King to go up against End-Realm expert. Tsang Xingdao's 7 celestial swords also caused Tsang Xingdao's Saint Realm strength to far exceed people of the same grade. Even if he had one less, the incomplete sword formation formed by 6 swords could go up against End-Realm expert. From this, one could see how popular such celestial treasures were. Refining a top-rank immortal artifact of such a level would probably cause the entire region to be alarmed, and it wasn't beneficial to Tsang Xingdao and Long Ying at all. On the contrary, when the weapon was completed, too much power would be tied down, giving others an opportunity to take advantage of it. Therefore, Zhong Shou, it was better not to think about such a good thing. In any case, he wouldn't be able to use it even if he succeeded. However, just as he was about to put these things away and put them aside for the time being, his heart skipped a beat. He thought back to the millions of stars in his soul ocean. His Dharma idol was the black and white holes. These stars were the manifestation of his 18 forbidden talisman laws and the power of the black and white holes. They adorned the soul sea space. It caused the void in his heart to be incomparably brilliant. They were also true intent seeds. Each star contained a type of Tao. If Zhong Shou wanted to, he could upgrade it and condense it into a new talisman spirit seed at any time. Zhong Shou had checked it out before. Without exception, these stars were all related to time and space and the black and white holes. That was because all the Daos in the world could be merged into yin and yang and couldn't be separated from the words space and yin. I remember that the Taoist faction has a cycle of heaven star falling technique to look at the stars in the sky to form an dharma and martial path true intent. In the past, Xiao Xiangzi used this technique to merge martial path intent into his Tao. How amazing! Zhong Shou was in deep thought. He remembered that he had collected several copies of this technique. In the Taoist faction, there were many cultivators who cultivated this technique. A few months ago, the successive battles wiped out dozens of sects and killed numerous Taoist faction cultivators. He also obtained many Taoist faction techniques, amongst which there were dozens of versions of the cycle of heaven star falling technique that landed in his hand. Unfortunately, I only have the form and not the spirit. Moreover, my realm is still too low. I heard that after the Dharma is formed, it needs to merge into the outside world. It needs to manifest the soul ocean void outside. It can borrow the power of the stars in the sky. Each bit of starlight is a Tao technique. It can be arranged into a formation. What I don't fear the most is group battles. Even spirit masters can go head-to-head with martial cultivators. Without hesitation, Zhong Shou flipped out those books. In the past, he felt that these books weren't original. Moreover, most of them were incomplete or the crucial parts were removed. He didn't pay much attention to them. At this moment, he was really serious as he flipped through them one by one. The most important part was merging into the Dharma to form the Dharma and restructure the contents of the void within the soul. His Dharma was the black and white holes. However, it wouldn't be used for long. On the contrary, the true intent seeds that were formed from the soul ocean could be used. Thinking about it, it was a little similar to the great cycle of stars falling art. A few hours later, Zhong Shou's eyes flashed with joy. The Taoist faction's secret technique is really magical. There is actually such an artifact crafting technique. Merging the Dharma with the Dharma, in the end, it would become a life treasure. It was in existence on the same level as the second soul. However, it was much stronger than the illusionary spirit sword crafting technique that Zhong Shou usually didn't use. It was true that these books weren't complete, but it allowed Zhong Shou to find some clues. Only items that are compatible with the Dharma are really tough to find. Those who cultivate this path have to have the help of Dowling Vast Habitat. If not, they would have to spend most of their time searching for items that are compatible with the Dharma. However, once it was formed, its strength would be unbelievably huge, and it had huge potential. It also included everything, going from simple to complicated, creating a star world that could also be compatible with the Tao. Other people would have to search all around, but to me, it isn't a problem. 397 dragon cores were enough. Using a Saint Realm dragon pellet to craft a life artifact, who in the world would have such confidence? The instant space dragon race grasped a portion of space and time laws. This was why they were known as the top dragon race, and were at the top of the true Dragon 9 races. Their dragon pellets also contained these laws and Tao. They were perfectly compatible with the stars in his soul ocean. What Zhong Shou needed to do was to merge the corresponding spells into these dragon pellet. He didn't ask for it to be like the true cycle of heaven star falling technique, which could cover all spells. He only asked that the life artifact of power was strong enough. All the stars were instant space abilities, so there was nothing wrong with it being a little purer. He couldn't get the true cycle of heaven star falling technique, but he could simplify it into the cycle of heaven star falling technique. With his current cultivation, he could definitely do it. His future achievements might not be weaker than the true star falling technique. In the end, his life artifact was still the black and white holes. I have never dared to use the Book of Ian. However, if I use this book as the core of the formation to activate my life artifact, Zhong Shou's eyes became brighter and brighter, like the stars in the sky. Under the life and death pressure that was about to strike him, his thoughts became more and more flexible. Many wonderful thoughts kept popping up in his mind. This was the first time he felt like he saw the hope of reaching the peak of the Grand Tao. It was also like he had grabbed the key to his destiny. There is no harm in trying, even if something isn't right. Even if it doesn't affect the foundations, I can stop it in time. Who knows when the Liu family people will find their way over? I have to act quickly on this matter. Let's start refining from those celestial realm dragon pellet. Anyways, let's leave this place first. He stood there quietly, who knows how much time had passed. Zhong Shou's thoughts slowly came back to their senses. I have a use for the dragon pellets, but what about those dragon teeth? How about selling them? Why not craft them into a sword formation? It can't be used as a life artifact, but it can be used to defend. Even along with that star-falling formation, it is not bad. However, my formation path attainments are still a little weak. Master isn't good at it, but if one is good at it, then one is good at all. However, he is already in secluded meditation. It seems like I can only find Kong Rui or that landlord Chen to design a sword formation for me. Kong Rui's formation path was really strong, but Zhong Shou felt that as compared to that indiscernible landlord Chen, he was still a little weaker. He had one more person under him, Zhang Huai, who had the potential to be a formation path expert. However, this person's cultivation hadn't broken through to spirit realm, and he was also distracted by administrative matters, so he could only look forward to the future. If this person's master was willing to help him, it would be a good choice. The reason why he wanted him to design a sword formation and not help him craft artifact. It was because he wanted to personally polish and refine these dragon teeth. The surrounding spacetime power changed once more. Zhong Shou didn't suppress it this time. He allowed this power to bring him out of the dragon hall at the heart of the mountain. Then, he noticed that he was at the foot of the giant mountain once more. I have to climb up once more? Zhong Shoxin was delighted. Not only did he gain a lot this time, but he also gained a lot. Even little Gold Hanshi and the others also had their fill. When he broke through to spirit realm, numerous comprehensions of the Tao were fed back to these natural protector beasts. These few things were all going all out to accumulate to raise their grade. Today's trip to the Instant Space Dragon Hall, be it those spiritual fruits or the dragon corpse flesh and blood in the Dragon Hall, it would shorten this process by a large amount. At this moment, they were all well behaved and stayed in his spiritual beast bag. After they digested it, it would be time for them to advance. If there were such benefits, then no matter how many times he climbed this giant mountain, he was willing to do so. Along the way up, there weren't many changes. There weren't hundreds of instant space dragon pellets in the Dragon Hall, but there were many spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. There were also many useless dragon race artifacts. However, at this moment, be it Zhong Shou or his spiritual pets, they weren't interested at all. After eating their fill, why would they care about these tasteless snacks that were a waste to throw away? As for the mind stones that Zhong Shou was looking forward to, there wasn't even a single one. Without any surprise or danger, he stepped onto the peak of the giant mountain. At the waist of the mountain, at the start, Zhong Shou found it tough to move forward. Often, he wouldn't be able to move forward for 2 to 4 hours. However, once he understood the formation here and compared it to the Book of Ian, comprehending it one by one, it slowly became much easier. It is called Instant Space Dragon and not Universe Dragon, as expected. There is a reason behind it. The Instant Space Dragon race's spacetime ability did indeed have many flaws. The Book of Ian was far above it. 10 days later, when Zhong Shou stepped onto the peak, he saw a broken hall appear in front of him. Chapter 8:22. This place is most probably the so-called Universe Light Hall. Looking out, he saw that only the main body of the hall was more or less completed. However, the eaves at the side were still lacking a corner. The side halls at the sides only had a rough outline. Similar to his royal demon god boat, it was also made up of numerous parts. Many parts that were crafted separately could be called a celestial treasure. At this moment, before Zhong Shou even got close, he felt that the Book of Ian Extreme Life in his body was reacting. This thing is actually a replica of the Book of Ian Extreme Life. The two treasures resonated with one another. It was obvious that they were connected. Zhong Shou walked over, and just as he was about to enter the hall, he suddenly stopped. He saw 2 talismans pasted outside the door. Looking at the situation, it didn't look like it was left from 10,000 years ago, but from just a day ago. Zhong Shou frowned and took off one of the talismans. As expected, it was a message from Feiyan and Feishuang. Although ruler isn't from the instant space dragon race, your martial path has reached the soul realm. Your cultivation is deep and indiscernible. I can only look up to you. It shouldn't be difficult for you to reach the peak, which is why you left the talisman here. Feiyan and Feishuang thank you for saving our lives. Although we don't dare to say that we can repay you, we will definitely remember it in our hearts. Today we have other matters and we'll take our leave first. Please forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye. There is also the location of a treasury in the Instant Space Dragon Hall. Maybe it can help you. Just like Yi Feishuang's style, she was really strict and kept people thousands of miles away. Zhong Shou sighed and then swept his spiritual sense into another talisman. Feiyan's innocent and ethereal voice rang out in his ears. Brother Shou, this time sister pulled me away again. What a waste, I originally wanted to say so much to you. However, sister didn't let me and she is still quarreling with you. Wu, I really want to cry. I really don't want to leave, but mother is dead and there is no news of uncle. Sister only has me now, how pitiful. Within the talisman, Yi Feiyan muttered a lot. Many trivial matters, as well as the experiences of the past few years, poured out. However, it wasn't annoying. Instead, it was cute and made people feel pity for it. Zhong Shou shook his head and put away the two talismans. He saw this pair of sisters as his friends in adversity. Especially Yi Feiyan. Because her personality was similar to Chu Shui's, he had always treated her as a younger sister. Since he had met them, he could not ignore the matter of these sisters. However, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. At the start, he thought that the two of them had something to do with the dragon spirit fairy that Juelong City was attacking. A few years later, it involved the first Dragon Palace and the third Dragon Palace. The hornless ice dragon in the water fairy lake had also become their puppet. At this moment, he realized that the reason why the two of them were fleeing wasn't because of the Instant Space Dragon Hall. Even Ao Kuan had entrusted him to look after her. Who exactly were these two girls? It was really puzzling. Feiyan and Feishuang didn't ask for help at all. However, as long as one wasn't blind and deaf, one would be able to sense the tragic situation. Unfortunately, at this moment, he had to prepare to deal with the Liu family and couldn't be distracted. However, there was a need to investigate this matter in detail to find out the cause and effect. Zhong Shou was deep in thought and then felt helpless. His strength was only comparable to the cloud world. The only person he could rely on was Zhang Xingdao. It wasn't appropriate for him to ask for help for his own personal matters. Within the Tianfang world, there were many cultivation factions that could be hired, but they weren't reliable. Thinking about it, there was only one person who could help him. Sangyan Hall head Fangzhou. Scoffing, Zhong Shou chased that name out of his mind. He thought to himself that he should think about this matter from the long term. He was originally worried about how to draw the line with this person. If he joined in now, wouldn't he be falling right into his trap? After walking into the Universe Light Hall, Zhong Shou looked around and was enlightened. This place is really a good place to cultivate. Looking at the structure of the hall, it was indeed a copy of the Book of Ian and could also speed up the flow of time. The four walls were carved with the mysteries of the instant space dragon race. Within the main hall, there was a complete formation with a full 81 dragon veins gathered here. It caused the spiritual energy within 100,000 feet to be no weaker than that of the vast habitat. Maybe it couldn't be used to fight, but in terms of cultivation, this Universe Light Hall was much stronger than his Book of Ian. However, to activate this hall and speed up time, one needed enough mind stones. No wonder Feiyan said that without enough Saint Realm experts here, the value of this hall would be greatly reduced. As long as there are more than 5 instant space dragon race venerables maintaining it, not only can it display the various mysteries of space for juniors to comprehend, but it can also speed up time by 10 times. If there weren't any Saint Realm venerables, just using it like that would consume the same amount of mind stones, but it could only speed up time by 2 to 4 times. As it covered the entire Universe Light Hall, it consumed a lot of mind stones. However, these 5 Saint Realm venerables who grasped space techniques, not to mention his De Qian, but even Zhang Xingdao couldn't take them out. What a waste! I have the Book of Ian and this item is useless. However, am I just going to abandon it like that? I remember that Brother Aokun has turned on the instant space dragon race. I can't just give this item to the enemy? Zhong Shou hesitated slightly and then thought back to Gantian Mountain, his Iran Kong Yao. Taking it back to be a country protecting treasure is not bad? 5 Saint Realm Venerables. Naturally, he couldn't take out Deqian and Songxing Dao. However, if he let the Buddhist faction and the Kenzo sect join in, each of the 3 factions could send out one person. Not only would they be able to maintain the running of the Universe Light Hall, but they would also have an excuse to ask for Mind Stone supplies from the 3 factions. This Universe Light Hall was huge and could hold 1,000 people to cultivate within. He didn't believe that the Buddhist faction and the Kenzo sect wouldn't be tempted. In the future, if the instant space dragon race came knocking for this item, the 3 factions would work together to block them. He didn't need to face them alone. Zhong Shoxin made up his mind and started to cast spells. He spread out his soul power to cover the entire hall. His hands changed in front of his body, guiding the air as he cast out many seals. There were no restrictions within the hall and no one was in charge. To him, it was like there was no defense at all. Threads of soul sense and true qi formed into threads that stretched into the vital parts of the Universe Light Hall. Rise. With a soft shout, Zhong Shou used his spiritual sense and the entire Universe Light Hall was lifted up. Just as Zhong Shou was casting more seals to condense the Universe Light Hall bit by bit. However, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger penetrating into his heart. There seemed to be a few strong intents that were filled with panic and surprise. They were rushing over to search. None of them were weaker than Ao Kun and Fangju as Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. Then, he didn't hesitate to explode all the mind stones in his heaven and earth bag. He forcefully activated the Book of Ian and a blue light spread out, blocking off this space and even the entire 3rd Dragon Hall from the outside world. In just 2 short moments, hundreds of Xian-grade mind stones were turned into dust. The spiritual energy that spread out didn't last for even a breath. The Universe Light Hall was at the last moment when the Book of Ian was maintaining the barrier. It finally turned into a green light and landed in Zhong Shou's hands. It was as heavy as 20 Sumer mountains, but in Zhong Shou's hands, it was less than the size of a palm, like a wooden model. He kept it and totally covered its aura. The danger that he felt in his chest instantly dissipated by a large amount. I can't stay here for long. Although those few people haven't found their way over, they know the location. At most 3 to 5 days and they will be able to arrive here. The longer I stay, the easier it is for them to notice me. Without hesitation, Zhong Shou flashed. Like what Fei Shuang said, he headed over to the instant space dragon race treasure room. Just now, he activated the Book of Ian to cover the entire dragon hall, pretty much every corner. The Book of Ian was a time treasure and coincidentally countered this place. Zhong Shou also understood a large portion of the mysteries of the restrictions here because of this. He was able to move about freely and in just a moment, he found it. He didn't take a close look before he swept up the treasury within the cave. In a few blinks of an eye, he was at another place. He was in front of Li Fengfei, not waiting for her to speak. He didn't say anything and just waved his sleeves, wrapping him up. Just like that, his body flashed dozens of times and he brought the other 2 to his side. Like light and shadow, he shot out of the 3rd Dragon Hall, only to see that outside of the hall, Fangjue and the Lu family people were nowhere to be seen. Zhong Shou didn't care and didn't bother. He activated the Royal Demon flying ship and swiftly flew out of this Dragon Hall space. At the start, Li Fengfei and the other 2 didn't know what he was doing. However, they knew that Zhong Shou definitely had a reason for doing that. This was why they went all out to help to speed up the ship. Then, Zhong Shou didn't care about consumption to leave 20 worlds away from Xuansong World. Then, he sent the Royal Demon God Shuttle into the depths of Shiwang Ocean. he borrowed some mind stones from the three of them to form a formation outside of the ship, covering their aura and spiritual sense. The three of them felt a few vast spiritual senses spreading out from the direction of Xuanzang world. They searched inch by inch, even not caring about consuming their souls to reach into Shuang Ocean. Only then did their expressions change and become ashen white. If he had been a step too late, it would have been hard to say what would have happened. Li Fengfei was startled for a moment before he looked towards Zhong Shou with a questioning gaze. Zhong Shou didn't intend to hide anything, taking out the Universe Light Hall. Although the instant space dragon race lost the inherited Dragon Hall, they can sense this treasure. I was too careless and startled those old dragons. Speaking of which, all of you were dragged down by me. Luckily, this time I was able to escape in time. When the three of them heard this, their expressions changed once more. Li Fengfei laughed bitterly. They can actually sense it after 10,000 years. What a joke that Zhuya Hongji actually wanted to take this item to claim credit from Juelong's celestial region. Luckily, the ruler stopped us, otherwise we would have died without a burial place. If that was the case, based on their agreement with Zhuya Hongji, they would have already died. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.